Hello,
Yeah, hi.
ma'am. When will the session start?
Can we normally wait for 5 minutes for people to join?
Okay,
Right now, we'll start it.
okay, ma'am.
Anand, I think you are going first, right?
But ma'am, can you repeat?
Sorry, Nishkarsh, can you repeat?
No, ma'am. You were saying no, so I asked. What were you saying?
Actually, see, we wait for 5 minutes.
Okay,
Generally, yeah. So we'll start right now. Yeah.
okay.
Ma'am, shall I start?
Yeah, please.
I hope my screen visible, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now I'm going to discuss about week 5 practice programming assignment 2. Okay. So see here, this is the problem statement. See, complete the Java code.
Anand, sorry to interrupt. So we are actually going directly to the practice programming assignment 2 because the first one is about that using the methods inside the class, right? Which is kind of, there is nothing conceptual about it. So if needed, we'll do it at the end. But for now, we'll look at the ones which are more conceptual in nature. Okay, so that's why we thought of taking this one. Yeah, Anand, please go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, see here, complete the Java code given below that takes as input a string array. Okay, so here the input, okay, we are going to give a string array as input. So where each string is assured to be either integer or double in string format. Okay. So here the input array, okay, is assured to be either an integer or double in string format. Okay. So your code must segregate two types, integer and double. Okay. So first we need to check whether, okay, so the string is of type integer or double. Okay, so here the integer value or double value, okay, so that is given in the form of string, means in the double quotes. So we should, okay, so segregate, okay, we should segregate. First we need to check whether it is integer or double, then okay, we should segregate into the corresponding array. Okay, so here and print double values followed by the integer values. Okay, so for this code you must iterate through the input array and add each element to the appropriate array based on its type. Okay, so here input array is there, no? So this array you should iterate through that array, get each and every element and check whether it is, okay, whether it is integer or string, sorry, integer or double. So if it is double, okay, convert it into double, then add it to the double array. Okay, see here, this is the code. Okay, so this is the template code. Okay, so here, see, so ARR, so this is the input array. So this input array, okay, contains okay, six integer and double values. Okay, 6 integer and double values in the form of string. Okay, in the form of string. Okay, now we should iterate through this array and get each and every element and check whether it is integer or double. If it is integer, okay, add it to the integer array. If it is double, okay, add it to the double array. Okay, so before going to add it to the double or integer, we should convert it into its data type. Okay, so if it is integer, okay, then convert the string into integer, then you should add it to the integer array. So if it is double type, then you should convert it into double and add it to the double array. So this is the idea. See here, for example, see, this is your input array ARR, sorry, so input array ARR. So these are the, okay, these are the integer and double values present in the, okay, input array. So see here, 3 double values are there, 3 integer values are there. Okay, total 6 values. Okay. Now by using for each loop, okay, for each loop, iterate through this array. Okay. Visit each element and call here. We should, okay, check. Okay. First visit this element. Okay. Get this element, first element, and check whether it is contains dot or not. Okay. Already we know. Okay. So here double. Okay. So 23.5. This is double type. Okay. So here 40. Okay. 40. So 40 point something is there. Then it is what type? Double type. Okay. So this is integer is a whole value. Okay. Whole value without any this 0.5 like that. No. So here, yeah. So first I'm going to visit the first element. I'm going to call contains method. Okay. So contains method is available in the string class. Okay. So this number is in the form of string. No. So we can call contains method on this element. No problem. Okay. So call
Excuse me,
contains
sir.
method. Yeah.
Sir, this method will be given in the question, or any sheet will be provided. Like there are so many method and we don't know.
You
Like
you can actually refer to the Java documentation. We will actually give link to the Java documentation and you can access that. Of course, there will be an alt tab. And so we will be like, we have a separate team who is actually monitoring the CR screenshots for the OP. So we'll be very strict with that. But you will be able to access the docs.oracle.com Java 11 version, right? Java 11 web page where you can access this and see all the methods available in there.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. That's excellent. Very good news.
Oops.
And to hear you, if I heard you right, we can have that in a tab, and that will be an alt tab. So the portal will say that you switch tabs, but the team will monitor that we actually listed only this, and then they will waive that, right? Give that.
Yes. Okay. Yes, that's the idea. See, there is like there is a, I mean, there is a huge number of alt tabs, right? Which is actually may not be required. You go to this page, you get this, you come back and take it. So we can actually detect, right? We'll take some kind of an average number of tabs that people have changed, and then we look at something which is clear outliers, right? We'll definitely go through these screenshots. And also we'll also monitor, random checking will be there for many people for these screenshots and all that. So that way we'll be having close monitoring for the CR screenshots. But at the same time, it is not possible to do Java coding without this documentation. So we are actually, we'll actually give the link along with the question itself. That's the idea.
Ma'am, it will be helpful if you provide the document before the exam. Like we have to.
There is nothing for us to provide. It is on the internet. No?
Okay. The internet, the Java website. Are you talking about? Means.
Yeah. So we have actually given the link in the discourse also multiple times. You can just search for it and you will get it.
Oh, okay.
Ma'am, is it possible that you can provide the method in the question only, that you have
no,
to?
we won't be doing that.
Okay. Continue, sir.
Okay. So here I'm going to call contains method on each element in the array. So if this element contains dot, then I'm considering it as a double. Okay. So double. So if it returns true, then this element contains dot, then I'm considering this element as a double. I'm going to convert it into double by using double dot parse double of. Okay. So string, okay, string can be converted into, okay, double by using double dot parse double of. Okay. If the string is in the format, if the double value is in the form of string. Okay. You cannot convert string value. Okay. You cannot convert string value into double. So if it is string type, so here it is a double value, okay, given in the form of string type. Now you are able to convert, okay, this double value which is in the string format into double by using double dot parse double of. Okay. So double dot parse double of element. Okay. So what if the element contains dot, then okay, so it return true, then I'm considering this element as a double. I'm going to convert it into double dot parse double of element. Then I'm going to add it to, okay, double array. Okay. So if it is not contains dot, means it returns false. Then I'm considering it as a integer. Now I'm going to convert the element into integer by using integer dot parse int of. Then I'm going to add it to the integer array like this. Okay. So theoretically it is clear, right? Shall I go for coding?
This is great, sir. And just by the way, this is one place where the documentation is useful, because I would think double dot parse double and integer dot parse integer, but it is int.
Yeah. So actually, you can, once it gives a compiler error, you can actually go and check in the integer class. It will be there as a static method. That's what you meant, right? You would have put it parse integer and then it would have given
Yeah, because that's what I would have remembered. No? So I want to remember that it is one is int and one is
I mean, it's not possible to by heart all the syntax, but see, the idea is you should know which collection. See, if there are questions on collections, you should know, like, this is the one which is a sorted one, which is the one which is the give you an ordered one. This is the one which is used for comparison. Like, if you want to do a comparison, which method you have to override. These things, like, you should know. Java documentation cannot help you much on that. So that is the what we mean by conceptual clarity, right? And that's why we have these assignments which test you on that. And once you familiarize with these things, of course, with trial and error, you can still figure it out, but then time is also of importance during the exam, right? So understanding what to use where is more important. I mean, all these documentation, whatever methods are there, whatever is the function signatures, those things you can get from the Java documentation. Yeah, Anand, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So now I'm going to write the code. Okay. So here, see this picture. So first I'm going to iterate through the array by using for each loop. Okay. So for, okay. So here array is string type now. So string str I'm taking. So AR. Okay. So here now for each loop is going to, okay, iterating through this ARR. Okay. ARR. So from this ARR, okay, this for each loop is going to get each and every element. Okay, each and one by one element into the str. Okay. So now what I'm doing is, now I am checking. So if, okay, if, so here, yeah. Okay, if str dot, okay, str dot contains, okay, str dot contains of dot. Okay, so here this for each loop is going to get one by one element from the input array, and it is going to store in the, okay, str. Okay, now I'm going to, okay, call contains method on each element in the, okay, given input array. So if it returns true, okay, if it returns true, okay, then I'm considering it as double. Okay, now I'm going to convert, okay, it, okay, I'm going to convert it into double, and I'm adding it to the, okay, so which array? Double array. Okay, so now what I'm doing is, okay, so double dot parse double of, okay, double dot parse double of str. Okay, directly you can pass here. Okay, so it is going to convert into the double. Now you should add it to the what? Double array. So now I'm going to assign double ARR of x is equal to, okay. So here double ARR of x means initially x value is what? 0. Okay, now it is, okay, its size is 3. So 0, 1, 2. So these are the possible indexes we are able to store in the double ARR. Okay, 0, 1, 2. So now in 0th position, okay, it is going to store. For example, if element is found. Okay, so otherwise else, so I'm going to store in the integer array by converting it into, okay, integer. So int ARR of, okay, int ARR of y is equal to, okay, integer, sorry, integer dot, okay, parse of str. Okay.
So you have to do x plus plus and y plus plus. No?
Yeah. I'm coming to that term. Yeah. So here we should increment the x value in order to store the next element. No. So if you don't write x plus and y plus plus, if double value found next time, what happened? It is going to store in the same position. So we should not do like that. Okay, that's why we should write x plus plus and y plus plus here.
Sir, can we do double r dot add also?
Double?
Add. Can we use the add method of the array?
No, this is not array list. No, if it is array list, you can do that. But this is string now.
Just an array.
Sorry,
Okay.
this is a double array. No.
Okay.
How can you call add method on this double array?
Got it. Thank you, sir. Thanks, Charles.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So that's it. I hope it is clear now for everyone. So very simple coding.
Yes, sir, clear.
Yeah, I'm going to run this one. Sorry.
So you also get this error. No, this is a very
Back. Oh, sir.
this is a very painful error, sir,
Back.
because you would have lost the code. You have to redo the code again.
Gaya.
Okay, no issues. I will type one more time. Okay. Yeah. So here, so for okay,
Each string array.
for string str
Yeah.
colon. Yeah. Tell me first.
Array. If
Call. Yeah. Str dot
Contains
contains.
contains of dot. No.
Yeah.
That now we should add it to double array.
Double array x.
Yeah. Double array of x
Yeah.
is equal to, we should
Double
convert it into double.
Par.
So double dot parse
Double
of
string.
str. Okay.
str
And we should
string.
increase the x value in
plus
order to store next element.
Next to
Yeah. Else.
else.
Means it does not contain any dot. Then we should consider it as an integer. No? Int arr of
Y
is equal to
integer dot pass int
integer dot
pass
parse
a
int of
int
str and y plus plus. Okay. So for the safe side, I'm going to copy this code. Copy. Yeah. I'm going to paste this. Yeah, see. So both the test cases has been passed. Is it clear? Any doubts?
No, sir, it's clear.
No, sir.
So then why z is equal to 0 is given, sir?
Yeah, this is not required actually. Okay.
Okay,
So we'll
okay.
remove this. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay. Next. So I'm
Anand,
moving
just
to,
1 minute. So just one point as a reminder, as you have already seen, right? Like if we don't test run or do a submit in between, we lose the code. So during the OPE, please always remember to do a test run or a submit. I think you have to do a submit. I'm not sure. No, I think even a test run will save the code, right? So do either of these. Otherwise, you will get into trouble. I mean, proctors may not remind you. So keep this in mind. Even while you're practicing writing on the portal also, just make this a practice so that you don't forget it during the exam. Okay? And until the portal team find some fix for us, like I don't know if it's a timeout error or whatever, we have been reporting it since last term also. So until they give us a fix, we still have to live with it. So please keep clicking on the test run and submit button once in every 5 minutes or 10 minutes so that you don't miss out whatever you've written so far. Okay?
One small suggestion. When you get that redirect to dashboard, if you click just a back button without doing that go to dashboard button, if you click the back button, your code will be there.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Yes,
can
it
you still
works.
work on that? When you click on the test run, it will still work? Or I thought there will be a session timeout. That doesn't happen, is it?
No, it works. You can just click on it.
Yeah, that works. But at times, if at all it is going back again, go to dashboard. Then if you click the back button, then you can get your code back.
Yeah, I totally understand that. What I was thinking is once you go to the dashboard, I thought the session timeout happens. And even if you click a back and you can still see the code, if you click a test run, it would still show you timeout, right? Wouldn't it show you?
No, no.
Yeah,
No,
It
no,
will
ma'am.
No,
run
ma'am.
successfully run it.
If it is showing, ma'am, then again do the same thing. After 2 or 3 times, it will be
Okay,
all right,
yeah,
fixed.
okay, yeah, thanks. That's,
And
I
ma'am,
mean,
a
I think many
simpler
people
thing I
would not
follow
know
is
even.
to do a control C of the code I have written. That way,
Sorry?
even just do that also once in a while. That way you have that
Okay,
thing. Even
okay.
if you get it, you can do a
Just
control
keep it
C.
in the clipboard of the editor, right? That's what you mean. Like have a control C of the code, right? That's what you mean, right?
And then one question, ma'am.
Yeah.
How much code would we have to write? Would it be many lines or would it be few lines like this?
No, to the range of what you are getting in these assignments. No?
Any similar question you will get, all will be different.
Sorry? No, we won't have the same questions for sure. And we cannot even assure you that this will be like similar questions. I don't even know like whether, see, when we prepare the questions, we keep an open mindset. I mean, people who are prepared last time may not be the people who are preparing this time. So we keep an open mind, go through the questions, and then we prepare. But it may not even be, similar. Even see, if you see the previous term assigned question, of course, as I told you, like we have only 4 questions, right? But we have say 6 weeks of content, and out of which at least 5 weeks have some content of where we can test the program. So definitely we are not covering all the portions in every OP. So whatever portions we tested last time, it may not be there this time. So in this case also, we don't know which concepts. I mean, we know of course, but we cannot assure you that it will be like the topics which have been tested in the assignments itself will be the ones which you're testing. Ultimately, it could be something from the graded assignments that you have done, the practice assignments that you've done. I'm talking about the objective assignments also, right? Certain concepts which you learned there. So it's all about applying things conceptually rather than, testing your syntax, and that's why we give the documentation in, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, carry on, Ananya.
Okay. So now I'm moving to week 6 PPA 1, practice programming assignment 1. Yeah, see here. See here. Complete the Java code below. So that takes map object as input. So already we know, okay. So map, okay, store the values in the form of key and value pairs, okay, and remove key value pairs from the object that satisfy the defined property. Okay, in property method, we are going to write some code. So here, based on this code, based on the return value of this property, we should remove particular key and value pair from the given map object. So that is the idea. Okay, so here the program should accept 6 key value pairs. Means here map object contains 6 elements. Means here element is nothing but one key and value pair is one element. So total 6 key and value pairs are okay given in the map object. Okay, each key is name of a student is of type string. Okay, here key is of type string, that is name of the student, whereas corresponding value is the attendance of the student. Okay, attendance of the student and is of double type. Okay, so here name and his attendance. Okay, so student name and his attendance is one key value pair, that is the element in the map object. Like that, 6 students with 6 student names and their attendances are given as a input in the map object. Okay, now okay, for each key value pair, if value satisfy the condition given in the property method. Okay, so here we should call property method on the value, not on the key. Okay, we are going to call property method. Okay, then detained method, okay, should remove key value pair from the object. Means here we no need to iterate through the key and value pairs. Okay, just we need to iterate through the values. So here property method should call on the value only. Okay, value only. Okay, so if this value okay satisfy the given property, then we should remove key and value pair. Its corresponding key and its value both should be removed from the map. Okay, so that is the idea. Okay, so next, after removing all key and value pairs which are satisfy the given property. Okay, so the modified map is there, no? So that updated map, okay, should be displayed by using display method. Okay, you should call this display method. Okay, at last. Okay, this method call should be happen in retain method only. Okay, so this is the idea. So see here. Here, for suppose this is the map object. Already I said it contains what? 6 key and value pairs. So 6 students, their names and values. Okay, so this is the input map. Okay, input map object. Okay, now if you want to get only keys from the map object, you should call key set method. Okay, if you want to get only values from your map object, then you should call values method. Already I said we should call property method. Okay, we should call property method on the values only, not on the keys. Okay, so see here what is given in the property method. We can see it in property method. See, if the value is less than 65, return true. Then we should remove its corresponding key and value pair from the map object. Okay, from the map object. Means here the idea is here the students, those who are having less than 65 attendance, we should remove that key and value pair from the map object. That is the idea. So in order to do that, first we need to get all values, not keys from the map object. Okay, in order to do that, we should call values method. Okay, so here see here this is the input map object obj. So I'm calling what? Sorry, here I'm going to remove this one. I will write one more time. Yeah, so here I'm going to call obj dot values. Okay, now it will return values like this in the form of collection object. Okay, in the form of collection object. So we need to iterate through this collection object. Okay, we need to visit each and every element in this collection object. It contains the values. Okay, so in order to do that, I'm going to call this is the values object. This is the collection object. Its name is values. Okay, now I'm going to call iterator method on this values object in order to get the iterator to visit each element in the values object. See here, I'm going to call values dot iterator, then it will return the iterator object. So now this iterator contains two methods, has next and next. Okay, has next and next. So here has next is going to check whether element is present in the this collection object or not. If it is there, it is going to get that element by using next method. Okay, so now what I'm doing is here by using iterator. So I'm going to call has next method. So here element is there. Now I'm going to get the element by using next method. Okay, next method. So here I'm passing this next into the property. Means here next method return what? Value. I'm passing this value into the property method. Okay, so if this element this element is calling property method, so if return value of this property method is true, what happened? Then we should remove it from the map object, because the attendance is less than 65. No, here for first iteration, so sorry, for first element 23.0. Okay, 23.0. So we are calling next method. Means next method means what happened? So it is going to get element from this first position. Okay, so now property of 23 is going to pass to the what? Property method. So now this value contains 23. So here value is less than 25. Means 23 less than 25. No, sorry, 65. No, then it returns true. So if it returns true, then we should remove it from the map object. Okay, next Okay. Next, we need to call has next method. So in order to do this, we are going to keep this has next method in the 1 second. I will write here. So simply, so while, okay, so iterator object ID. Okay. So has next. Okay, has next. And here I'm going to call if property, sorry, property of it dot next. Like this, I will write.
This is the method, no?
Yeah, property is a method. So this is user defined method, not predefined. So we defined in our class. So if it is satisfy the okay given property, then we should remove by calling remove method. Remove is a predefined method. That's it. Simple.
So remove will remove the current item always.
Yeah, current item. If it is satisfy the given property.
No, that's okay. But remove method as such will remove the top of the list, top of the collection.
No. In this case, it is different. For this iteration, it will remove. For this iteration, whatever the current element is there, that element will be deleted. Okay.
Okay.
In iterator, it is different.
Sorry, what was your question? Is it clear?
No. So what I mean is that the iterator method has to keep a thing that this is the current place where I am. Right. Next would have returned to that value, and it keeps a pointer to the same value. So it.remove will remove that particular value and key.
Where it is currently pointing to, correct.
Okay.
And then the pointer doesn't go forward. So then we take the it dot next, right?
Okay, fine.
But here we have separated all values from the map. So we should, if we remove it from here, it will remove from the map also.
It will remove from the map. What it will return? Its corresponding key and the value pairs. Both will be removed.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, even I have the same doubt, sir, that the previous person asked. Won't it just remove it from the collection object? Oh,
can you repeat once?
yeah, this it.remove, will it just remove the object from the collections or will it remove from the map? Because iterator,
No. Yeah, it will remove from the map object only, not from collection.
How come, sir? We are giving it the iterator, I mean, collection object is only that we are defining the values, right? Like value is equal to object dot.
Yeah, see, it is an iteration on the values object, right? Collection object. It is not an iterator on the map object.
Yeah, that's my question. Yes, we worded it rightly.
Yeah, actually here this is copied. No, these values are copied to the collection object. So if you done anything on this one, automatically it will reflect on the map object also.
And then
okay, I get it.
Just a pointer. Probably it will become more clear. Can you?
Yeah.
Then we'll know like whether we are passing by reference, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, we can see that.
Okay. So for the timing, this theoretical part is clear, no, for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So now I'm going to write coding. Yeah. So already I told, no. So from this object, okay, map object, first we need to get values only. Okay, according to this. So we should call obj dot values. Okay, obj dot values. So it will return what? Collection object. Okay, so collection. So here collection is of type double. Okay, so double. So values is equal to. Okay, obj dot values means it will return all the values from the map object as a collection object like this. Okay, now we should iterate through the values. Okay, so values dot iterator. We should call this method iterator method on the values collection object. Now it will return iterator object. So iterator it is equal to values dot iterator. Okay. Now what I am doing is while I'm going to visit each element in the values object. Okay. So
Dot
first
has
I need
next.
to, yeah, I need to check whether element is there or not. Okay. Yeah, if it is there, okay, so we need to call what? It dot next. Okay, so here I'm passing that element directly to the property object, sorry, property method. So it dot next. So if the element is there, then I'm getting that element and passing to the property method. Okay, so this if property method return true, then we should remove it from the it dot remove. We should remove it from the map object. That's it. Okay. Otherwise, we no need to do anything. Just if it satisfies the given property, then only we should remove it. Otherwise, we do not do anything. We don't do anything. Okay. At last, we need to call the display method. Okay. Display method by passing obj. Okay. So this is the idea. So I'm going to test run this one. Yeah, what happened? Yeah. Property of it dot node incompatible types. Line number 12.
Yeah, you have to convert cast it to double and then pass it, right? Property, you have to
No, here we should give a double. That is error. See, 2 by 2. Okay. Yeah. Now I'm going to your previous question. See here. Actually, here whenever you call values method, okay, values method, then it will return okay all values from the okay map object as a collection object. So this all values are copied to okay copied to the collection object. So if you remove here, automatically it is going to reflect here. Okay, if not, how can it we are removing, we are calling it dot remove on this collection object. It is reflecting on the map object or not?
No, it is reflecting, but I'm still trying to figure out why it has been implemented that way. It seems to be a more complicated implementation, but I get that. Okay.
Yeah. So just here,
a simpler thing would have been to just iterate on the map object itself, be able to iterate and then remove it. That would have been a better implementation.
Yeah, you can also do like that. Yeah. So sir told about this property method in the lecture. No, that's why we given like this. Okay. Is it clear?
So one doubt.
Yeah.
Rather than using iterator.remove, if we directly use object.remove, the map.remove function, will it work?
Yeah, actually we are iterating from the collection object now as of now. So we cannot call that method here.
Yeah, because object will be in a different place in the iteration, right? It will just remove the first item, not the current item.
No, it takes argument as key. So we
but
can
here we are not going through the keys, no? We are going through the values, no? Here, how can you remove? Here we are iterating through the values, no?
I think he's telling we can take the map object and we can take a iterator on the map object. Then we can fetch the key and value individually. So once the value match, then remove that particular iterator position value.
Okay.
Am I correct?
Yeah, that is also possible.
Are you telling this? This is your question? Somebody was asking, right?
Yeah. I also had the same question. Can we do a collection? Can we do a iterator on the map itself?
Yeah, I think it's quite possible. I think it's possible. Yeah.
So I tried doing that by iterating through the map object. It gives an error of concurrent modification error, which I'm not able to understand.
You're supposed to get a runtime exception, right? Or error?
It's an error, exception error, saying concurrent modification error. It means I'm editing it
yeah, that will
at the
happen.
same time.
That will happen. Yeah.
Oh, because you're
Because
iterating
not
and
a
then
thread step.
okay. Okay.
Okay, we'll check it afterwards. This one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Anand sir, please go on.
Okay, so my ma'am, I have done, ma'am. So if anybody have doubts, you can ask. Otherwise, I will hand over to them.
Yeah, I
Just
think,
a observation. This part of coding, particularly when week 6, it seems to be very close to Python. Right? You have the
Yeah,
iterator.
data structures are very near to the Python.
No, even this code, I think Python also look very
Yeah,
similar.
similar.
I mean, of course,
Actually, like object-oriented, not object-oriented, this collection logic is very similar to across all the languages. Like if you go to the C# or VB.NET also, they are in the same kind of.
No, sir, I am a C programmer. In C, this will take hundreds of lines of code.
Yeah, but if you go for a C++ 11, what we have now, so we are having all these supports.
Sir, can you show the code one time? Okay.
So, sir, so unless we know the value of the type of the actual collection, so like we have to say collection double and iterator double, right? Can we do collection number, iterator number? Will it work at all?
Here.
Yeah, can we just do iterator number and collection number?
See, cannot converted collection number.
Yeah, because generics are not covariant. No, you cannot use number if it is accepting double. Yeah, because it's like property of generics. Like like the parent class cannot hold the child class. Like unlike you do inheritance, normal inheritance in generics, it's not possible. When you say double, then it should be double. When you say number, then it should be number only. Yeah.
Because since we have defined map to be string and double, everything else has to be double.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sanya ma'am, I have done. So
yeah, okay, thanks. I think Nalini, you will be doing next, yeah? Or Arup?
Yeah,
actually, I'll take more time.
Yeah,
sure.
yes.
I think I can do it at the end.
Sure. Nalini, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Ma'am, I'm getting an error in this question. I was just coding that question. Can I share my screen?
Which one?
In this question only.
Okay, you want to show your code, is it?
Yes.
I think Anand sir show his code. No, you can just cross check once. Is it
no? What he says is like he has written a different.
No, I have just write Anand sir code only.
Same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, yeah, Anand, can you just share the screen again? We'll see what is the issue.
He want to share, ma'am, actually. Yeah.
I think I cannot enable his screen share.
Yeah, he cannot do it.
Okay.
Yeah, so only thing is you can post your code. The person who asked the question, they can post the code in the chat and then.
Yeah, that will be better.
Yeah,
Anand can debug and send it back. Yeah, that will be better.
Okay, please send me this part of the code. Okay, so I will check and I will revert back.
So one more doubt. Sorry. Like if we instead of putting iter.next, if we put iter.getNext, it is showing an error. Why is that so? Like
getNext is not defined, no?
Why is
See, this
These
is
two are
the default
pre-defined methods.
iterator implementation, which is already there inside the collection, right?
Okay. Get
But that
next is
get next is your user defined one. If you want to
okay.
do that, you
Okay.
have to write implement that one second.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Nalini ma'am, you can continue.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, sir.
Yashkarsh, meanwhile, you can post your code in the chat. We'll
Yes,
check
ma'am,
it
I'm
out.
doing this. Is wait a minute.
Yeah, this is like week 5 graded assignment, graded programming assignment 2. So what I would like to do is like just everyone open this and just read and try it yourself. Like we'll understand no what we will come to know like what actually doubt you are facing. If I just code, then only then I
Which
only
question? Second one.
yeah, second one, week 5 graded programming assignment 2. Yeah, you actually you have already solved this, no? You might have solved this. So just 5 minutes. For 5 minutes, you just look this problem statement, just code, try, and then I will explain. Okay.
Week 5, question number 2 or 6, question number 2?
Week 5,
Okay, okay.
2. Yeah, GPA 2.
Okay, thank you.
Just 5 minutes. Okay. You just try to understand the question and try to like code something. Yeah.
Ma'am, can you just send the code of yours in the chat? Like in our portal, it is having the solution.
Oh,
and yours there will be only comments. Yeah, like this.
Yeah, this is a simple question. That's why I'm asking you to do this. Yeah.
I think it is not the entire code, I think. Took some part, I think.
Is it, sir?
The last it is obj.display.
Okay, sir. I will copy that again. Yeah, why it's coming till only obj.display is getting copied. Okay.
I think up to that the buffer size is. You need to paste the rest of the part separately.
Yeah.
Use the methods, the buttons on top, right, to copy. That will work better.
Nalini, I think you missed 2 lines before that.
Yeah,
Showing obj.display, now it is obj1.display.
Copy is not working actually here. Okay, I will wait till 10:57, then we can start. Yeah, okay. So like how many of you started coding and correctly understood what has to be done, and where have you faced issue or you got correctly? Yeah, just I would like to hear some responses. Like, yeah, anyone of you tried this and got some trouble, or have you finished successfully doing this? Or you can share your view, like how you are, like how would you solve this problem, like how you will approach to this statement. Yeah, anyone of you. Yeah, if you speak, then only we will understand, no, like what's your actually what issue you are facing, why you are unable to get properly. Yeah.
Ma'am, can you just repeat the question? I'm just not getting it. Like we have to count the number of occurrence of integer and string.
In the integer array and string array. Okay. Okay, like you can tell actually what you have understood in this question.
Like we have to take an input, a positive number, and two array of that length, like one integer and one string.
Okay. Okay.
Like the number, like if we are taking integer, so how many times the integer is occurring? Like one is occurring how many times, and in the string also, for the string also the same, how many times that string is all.
Okay. 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 Just I will read. Yeah, whatever you told. Yeah, that's partially correct. I will tell it's once. So this is like
Partially correct, not complete correct. Oh.
Yeah, actually, yeah, I have not got it properly. What you like, what is in your mind? Like after explaining, I think I will ask you like whether whatever you told and I told the same, then you can tell. Okay. Okay, write the Java code that takes input as a positive integer. Okay, first this code is asking you for a positive integer as an input. So you need to give some positive number as input that represents the length of an array here. That is the length of array. That positive number which you are inputting first is the length of the array. Okay, and two arrays of that length. Now we are taking the two arrays of that length. One is of integers and other of strings. So first you have inputted one number that represent the length of array, and you have two arrays of that length. One is integer and the other is string. The code must take integer and string as input. Then your code, like the code must give input like integer array and string array. Then you should input, the code should input an integer and a string as an input, and then you should give one more integer and one more string as input, and print the number of occurrences of the integer and string in the integer array and string array. So firstly you have inputted one number which is the length of the array, then you have inputted some numbers which represents the integer array, and the other one is a string array, and then the code will ask to input one integer and a string. So because your arrays are like of type integer and the other arrays of type string, so you are asked to input one integer and one string at finally. And the code, now you need to, what you need to write is, you need to find the number of occurrences of the integer and the string in that array. So here now you have inputted an integer and string finally, so the code which you write should print the number of occurrences of integer, that particular integer and that particular string in the integer array and string array respectively. Okay, is it clear now? The problem statement is this the same, like whatever you told is the correct thing, or did you? Yeah,
No, different.
okay, you told something different. Yeah, this you will understand by looking at the test cases also. Okay, first look at the test case. You are inputting two, no, that means your length of array will be 2, and then you are inputting 1 and 1, that will be the elements of your integer array, and then you are inputting 1, that is what the element which you need to search for, and then you are inputting strings car and car, that is like, as initially you have specified length of the string array and integer array are 2, so you should give two integers and two strings which represent that string array and the integer array, and then 1 and car will represent the, like what you are checking for, the element you are checking in your array. So expected output is like you are printing the elements of your array first, and then you are counting the occurrences of 1, that is 2 here, and then you are printing here car, that is the elements of your array and 2. Similarly, in the next test case also you can see here, first you have inputted 3 followed by 4, 5, 6, which are the elements of integer array, and then 4, the element which you need to search for, and then you have inputted java nest and play, and then one play, that is the string which you need to find for play, is the string which you need to search for. So first you will print the elements of array which are 4, 5, 6, and the 4 is occurred only once in your array, so the output is 1, and the java next play you have these are the elements of array and the play is occurred once. So yeah, if the problem statement is not clear, you just go and look the test cases, you will just understand, like
Yeah, now it is understood from
okay,
the test cases.
yeah,
Ma'am, I had posted the code on the chat. Can you?
yeah, okay, I will see that. First we'll explain this and I will see. Okay, this, if you have not understood the problem statement, then go to test cases and then just look this code also, like here, this whatever you need to write, just look this once, like you, okay, then you will understand, okay, I need to write constructor, display method, and then element count, that means the element which you need to search for, and the count, this what it does is counts the number of times the x is present in the array. Yeah, and then go to the test cases. Okay, this is how the code should be implemented, then you will understand it properly. Yeah, by reading once, I know it will be difficult to understand, just do this. Okay, and then you need a constructor, like okay, so how many elements you have in this array example? Only one element, no? So you need a constructor to initialize only one element. So which constructor you need to write? Only the constructor which has which takes single argument, no? Correct? Yeah, but somehow yeah, I'm unable to edit here. I will do that in water REPL. this is your class. So define constructor here. So how many constructors you need? Only one, because you have only one instance variable. You need to initialize that instance variables. No, so you need one constructor with single argument, one argument constructor. That is clear, right? The constructor and the constructor name and the class name should be same. That's why you have array example, public array example as your constructor name. And then which type of element you need to initialize? That is type T, array type. So your constructor should be like, should take something T array type only, then I will say, then I can initialize this a equal to AR. Yeah, I will parallelly check the code which someone has already sent you told now, so that yeah, I can understand what mistake you are doing. Okay, that is not complete. Yeah, so
Just posted the last part there, because there are 3 different sections. I posted the last section.
Oh, okay.
Last time also it was quite simple code. I found it quite simple. Good example of collections. I mean, good example of using types.
Okay.
Abstracted.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, this is clear. No, why you need this type of constructor, single argument constructor, and why the argument should be T array type, because your element in the instance variable is of type T array. That's why you should take T array type only. You should accept T array type, and then you should initialize that value to this value. Okay, that is clear. No, and then you need to display that prints the element of array A. So how to print the element of array? You can do 2 types. You can use like for each loop and simple for loop, like you will take iterative from I equal to 0 to I less than a dot length. You can do that, and you can also do using for each loop. But can you use for each loop, like just checking with for each loop for int x of type? You can do in this way also, no? I will tell 2 ways. So yeah, you need to print the elements of array. How will you know like the how to print the format of the output? Just look the test cases. So previously what we have seen is like the elements are separated by spaces. They are like not individual single lines, no, like each element is separated by spaces, and then you have new line, and then the elements of other array, like first integer array is printed and then string array. The elements of integer array are separated by using spaces, and then you have new line, and then the string array is printed. So you should use print instead of println, and then space, then space, then you should use space, no? And after completing your for loop, you can just use system.out.println. Okay, this way you can do in this way, or you can use another for loop for int I equal to 0. That thing also you can do. Int I a dot length.
Ma'am, can we use the for loop, this one, for each loop, this one loop in count also, in element count also, like for each tx?
Yeah, you can do that also. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I will execute no after that. Yeah, you can use that also, because you know the type, no? Type is T only, no? Because yeah, that's why. Yeah, if you are not sure about the for each loop, just go for this simple for loop. That then you will always get the correct thing. Print of, then you need to print a of I. That means whatever the element which is at that particular index, it will be printed a of I. It can be anything, any type, no, like integer or string, it will print. Here you need to worry about the type. You should check whether it's integer or string, no? If you are not sure about using this, then you can use this also, simple for loop. Whatever the type, it will ignore, it will just print the element which is that at that particular index here.
Ma'am, one unrelated question. You're just using A, right? Not this dot A. So what is the recommended solution to have this dot A, just to be clear? Or is it okay to just use the variables, the instance variables just like that?
Yeah, because here, yeah, here ARR use, I'm using ARR. That is different. No, A is different and ARR is different. Both identifiers, that variable names are different. If this is also A, if this here also if you have A, if you took it as A, if you say, then you can say this dot A equal to A. In order to avoid, in order to tell the compiler this dot A represents this this instance of this object. That's why in order to avoid this what confusion between the local variable and the instance variable, you will specify this dot A, that means this object's A. That's what, yeah, that's the thing here. Yeah, here generally you can use A here, yeah, A, because if you are what here, the identifier name in the constructor is different from what the instance variable identifier name. No, so you can simply use A here. If you are using same thing, same name for both identifier and constructor, this argument, then you should specify this dot A. That means this object's A. This is okay. That will avoid the confusion between the instance variable and the local variable. Okay, this is local variable to this, no, constructor. Yeah, you can use until unless, like, if if both are not same, you can just use A. If both are same, then you need to specify this dot A. This is similar to what self in Python, no?
Yeah, ma'am. Okay, thank you. And please finish the code. I interrupted you when you are writing type code, line number 18. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is like this.
No, line 18 is partially done. Please finish it.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, system dot. You can do in the both ways. Okay, and then define the method element count tx that counts the number of times x is present in the array A. So how can you check the number of times x is present? So you are checking for, it is similar, like you have an array, you need to find how many times a specific element is present in the array. So how will you do that? You will have some count initially to count the number of times that particular element is present in your array, and then you will iterate over that array. You will see whether that element and the URL element is matching. If it is matching, then you will increment the count. That's all. No, that's all. No, you will do.
Yes,
So yeah, so you need to define method. So public what is the return type? Int only, no, just need to count is always an integer, so the return type will be integer. Just see whether you are calling this from the main like array object. You are not calling from this method, no, you are calling from this within this array example itself. If you are calling from the class which has main method, then you need to use static, because yeah, you need to check that also, whether you are calling from main method without directly using the object. You are, if you are just saying element count of t of x instead of using like object, without using object, if you are calling it directly, then you need to specify static or something like that. Here you are doing without, by using the object, no, here in this. So you need to what, just use the simple method without any static thing. Okay, element. So I will just int count equal to 0, and then I will say I'm iterating over a. It should be, I should iterate over the array, no, so it should be a for t I a in x. If I equal to c equals of x, So actually double equal to will check for location memory mapping, but equals dot equals method will check for content thing for the strings. So you will just go for equals method. You should go for equals method instead of using double equal to. That you should know, because yeah, this is basic only. You will find this in the what in practice assignment questions also, in many questions also, that equals and double equals, that thing.
Ma'am, once again, please, difference between double equals and dot equals.
Yeah, actually double equals for string, it will check for memory. See, it will compare if I say string something, if I say x, if x is a string and if I is a string, if both are strings, if x and I are strings, if I say x double equal to I, then it will the compiler will check whether both x and I are referring to same memory location. It will return true if both are mapping to same memory location. Yeah, but if you want to check the contents, if whether the contents of two strings are same, then you should go for this equals method. Equals.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, this is the thing here. Okay, for now I will comment this part. This will run.
Ma'am, I think display method is not defined properly. Like
Where?
public display.
Oh, display method I have not given. No. Function header I have not given. Public void, it is not returning anything. No? It's just printing void display. Here also it is not taking anything because it is already specified there.
I think the close bracket will be in 20, line number 20 of the display method.
Yeah. Oh, this is not actually, this is not there. I should comment this.
हेलो, ये जो सर ओएस की क्लास ले रहे हैं उसमें यूनिट 3 करवा रहे हैं ना?
Cannot find the symbol obj dot element count of s1.
ठीक है. फिक्स पार्टीशनिंग मंडे को करवाया था ना?
Yeah, can you mute? Someone is speaking. No, obj1 dot element count of.
That array example is a public method. I have to remove that public keyword.
Sorry.
The array example class is public display.
Yeah, this is because of replet.
Oh, ma'am, I think the objects are not created.
My main. Yeah, this is just because of replet. You need to use main, no, like the class.
The objects has to be created.
Okay, here I need to write code. Okay, write the code here to create an object of obj int array. So yeah, how will you create the object? Array example only, no? Array example of type integer. I will give first integer. Obj. Equal to new. So you are calling single argument constructor, no? So I will pass here x. obj1 equal to so yeah, here the string array, yeah, create obj string array here now. Why single argument constructor, that's why I'm passing by string array. Okay, let's hope this time we should not have any error. Okay, yeah, same input I'm giving 2, and the thing is like 1 and 1, and then you have car, and then okay, then you should input element itself only, which element you need to search for in the integer array. One. Yeah, I think this is taking a lot of time, no, but yeah, but my intention is like in order to know where you are actually facing the trouble. If I just explain you, then yeah, then I will just explain, but without knowing what you are actually missing, no, that's why. Yeah, okay, so you are getting no correct answer. So yeah, first you are displaying the elements 1 1, and then your count number of times 1 is present is 2 times, and then you are displaying the elements car car, and the number of times car is present is 2. Okay, yeah, if anyone has doubt, see, I have executed using this for each loop only, not using this. So yeah, this will be clearly, this for loop will be clear for everyone. Okay, we'll move to the other question. Yeah, if anyone has doubt in this question, you can ask. If not, we'll move. Just
Ma'am, I have doubt in PPA 2,
of
week 6.
yeah, we'll go to that. Okay, just
Okay, ma'am.
okay. Then I'm doing week 6 graded assignment 1. Yeah. So this one also just 5 minutes, just 3 minutes. Okay, just read the question, just frame idea yourself in the mind itself, like what to do if something, yeah, then yeah. Let's try to understand the question properly.
Actually, I found this question very simple. I wasn't sure what was the point that is being checked here.
This is because you need to know how to iterate over the thing and how to search. So this is different, how to see. You are iterating over the array list. It's not simple like iterating over the.
There's no array list. We make the array list from P1, P2, P3. So I wasn't sure what was the concept being tested here. I got the full marks, I think, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, this is, see, for few people, they might not be knowing like how to iterate the array and how to just check for simple conditions, how to do manipulations over the array list, like how to segregate them. Yeah, for some people it may be trouble. It's just kind of like checking you that just to become familiar with how iterating and checking for some executing, segregating the things and forming a new array list also. Yeah, this player, this bowler and batsman, you should do these things also, just how to create those things and how to iterate over them. Yeah. Okay, yeah, this is like fresh question.
Again,
yeah.
Again, please, sorry to be this thing. There is no iteration on the list, right? So we are iterating. See, because P1, P2, P3, P4 are being hard coded. So we just have to say if P1 is more than 65, add them. So I used only array list or add. That is the only function I used.
Some people might do it in different way. First, they will add in single array list in array. in one array, and then within that they will add all the elements to an array p1, p2, p3, p4, and from that array they can segregate. Yeah, you if you have done directly, then yeah, there is no need
But
of
yeah, the second
preparation.
method you mentioned is actually better because then we are not hard coded on the number of elements, right? We can just do it for any number of elements.
Yeah, yes, yeah. Okay, this is like, I hope like many of you, this is like week 6, no, you have solved it recently. Okay, you can tell like what the issue you have faced. If not, then we can go to other question. If everyone has solved this question properly, then no point in explaining. And then yeah, then we can go for other questions. Yeah, if anyone wants me to explain this, I will explain. Yeah, please don't what hesitate to tell like I haven't got correctly. Yeah, if
Hello, ma'am. Which question we are doing right now?
GPA 1 of week 6.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. If anyone hasn't got properly, please tell. If not, we'll move to the other question. Okay, the simple thing only, just iterating over the list and displaying it and then segregating it. Okay, I hope like all of you have scored full marks now for this question then.
Yeah, I think so because
Yeah, then we can go to the other question. Then why to take the time and yeah, wait, like you have some more questions no also, no, to yeah, I think Karupsa, you can continue. Yeah, if
Arup, are you continuing or should I do it?
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Nalini, I think you can stop sharing, right?
Yeah,
Just,
yes, yeah.
Okay, just give me a second. Is this replit screen visible, everyone? Is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. This is the question which I'm going to discuss. So this is the graded programming assignment second question for week 6. Have you all submitted it yesterday?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
So does anyone want to explain the logic?
Yes, actually, I used a stack. So basically, I only the actual token, only the what do you call them? I call them tokens. So the specific things, right? If it is an opening token, I push them in the stack.
Right.
And if I find a closing token, I pop it from the stock and then see if they match. Right? If they don't match, you directly return false. Otherwise, you go through the entire thing and then return true.
Very nice. Yeah. So with you use the data, I mean the collection stack itself, right?
Yes, that seems simple, no?
Yeah.
But actually, I wasn't sure whether we covered stack in the courses. I don't know, but
no. But see, I mean, it's not like we need to cover everything, right? I mean, we can also experiment with few things. You can of course do with any other data structure also, but you will have to simulate a stack using one of those collections. That's the idea, right? I mean, if you are not aware of stack, that's it. But that's fine. I mean, that's precisely the way like anybody would go about it. So anyone else who has not understood the logic, no, I mean, if you have not understood it, then maybe I'll start with the logic and then explain the code. If there is at least one person who has not understood the logic, I can explain it. Anybody wants to do that? Anyone? No? All okay with the logic? Please feel free to ask because this is where, I mean, even if you have people without computer science background, like it will be difficult to imagine. See, this is one thing which we make use of in arithmetic expression evaluations also. See, for instance, you have this parenthesis in arithmetic expressions, right? Where, see, suppose you want, okay, I'll just share the notepad first, just one second. I'll stop sharing this and share the notepad first.
Ma'am, one doubt I have.
Yeah.
In which live session you have taken the week 6 concepts, like the I've
Week 6
just to
concept, no? Sorry, week 6, no?
no, just that the in every week you just explain the concepts of week. So
That would be the first live session of week 6.
activity question week 6.
Yeah, correct. That was
Okay, ma'am.
I
Thank
think generally the name is not correct. We have to rename it. But the first session we try to explain the concepts. In the second week, we generally try to discuss the questions. Questions might be discussed in both sessions, but generally first one is for explain the concept, second one for general discussion. That was the idea. And I think we also had an extra session because of the revision session for quiz, right? So we had a compensatory session also for one of the sessions. So you can look at the 3 sessions which were happening
No, ma'am,
in and around the quiz.
Week activity question week 6, and then open session week 6. No extra session.
We had one on Tuesday, right? This
No,
Tuesday one was
Tuesday
regular
was
one. Tuesday is a regular one, right? No.
That internet connection thing happened on Tuesday. Then you shifted to more 8.
One Monday we had, right? No, I have to go back and see. I don't remember if anyone else in
Last week we had it, no? Last week.
I remember we had one extra session, right? To
Last week we
compensate for
had,
the
yeah.
revision. Yeah, to compensate for the revision session.
Yeah, I think we had it.
I don't know. We have to check. I don't remember. Can you just post in the discourse asking if someone else can also help? Please do. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. Okay. So this balancing parenthesis, right? So that is actually one of the most important things in when it comes to arithmetic expressions evaluation. See, for instance, you have A equal to B into C plus D, right? So this generally you should evaluate it this way, right? You first evaluate the B into C and then add that to D. But if you want to evaluate, say, B into C plus D, right? So you have to have the parenthesis. So when these expressions, so when you have a lot of parentheses, I'm not going to detail about this, but suppose you have, say, B, C plus D plus E into F or so many things, and then you want to do this first, and then this, something like this, right? So this managing this parenthesis is very important in evaluating what you want to evaluate. See, for instance, you see this first parenthesis, you push it into the stack, and you see the next parenthesis. It's again an opening parenthesis. You put it into the stack. Then all these, whatever are the characters are coming in, all those you will put it inside. Okay, I'm just showing this just example. Even the arithmetic operator, you have to put it inside, and then again, then you see that, okay, this parenthesis is coming, right? Now what you do is the moment you see this parenthesis, you pop this one, this expression, D plus E. Now you have D plus E. You evaluate D plus E, push it back into the stack. Okay. So now what you have here is a value of D plus E. Now you have computed this. Now this is another value. Say you have evaluated to 10 or something. That is the value which is here. So why this balancing of parentheses is important is even simple arithmetic expressions where you have these multiple nested parentheses, the usage of stack is very important here. You keep on pushing it until you find this one, then pop out whatever comes till the next parenthesis and do the evaluation. And then push it back and then keep on again adding until you find the next one and then pop out everything, evaluate it, push it back. So the same procedure goes on. I'm just giving an idea. You can just look at how the arithmetic expressions are evaluated. And this is the practical application of this balancing parenthesis. Okay. So why is it even for editors, right? How do you, even the Java compiler, right? It actually looks for whether closed parentheses are there, right? So if you write some method, public void, and you have one parenthesis here, and then you have, say, another for loop inside, you have another parenthesis, you have an if, and you have another parenthesis. So if one of these parentheses is missing, Java will report, okay, somewhere something is not closed. Why? Because it puts everything into the stack, and at some point when it checks, okay, this stack should have been empty by now. It keeps adding these open parentheses here, and when it sees one open parenthesis, another open parenthesis. Now, when everything is done, it says that, okay, this stack is not empty, so something is missing. That's how this importance of this balanced parenthesis, right? That is quite important. And for that, Suppose your arithmetic expression C is equal to something C plus D into E. You're putting something like this. Then this should be matching, right? So you cannot always think that this will be this kind of parenthesis. So if you have put in this parenthesis and the next one which is coming in should be the one which matches this parenthesis, not the one which matches this. See, suppose you had C plus D and you're closing with this and then this one, then this arithmetic expression itself is wrong. So this one has to be closed with a square bracket only. So you keep on putting something, or rather I will look at this one. Say you have a stack here. Okay. You have put the first square. This one you have put it inside. For now, I'm not looking at the operators. Okay. And then I have this first opening parenthesis. Then I'm getting this, the simple parenthesis, right? If I had gotten a square parenthesis, then there is something wrong with the expression. This should not be a square parenthesis. This has to be this simple parenthesis. So how does it match? Check. It checks. It finds that, okay, this is the parenthesis which I'm coming. And when I see the top of the stack, it should be the opening parenthesis corresponding to this parenthesis only. So that is the logic involved in this. It's a simple thing, it's very intuitive. But then when you use the stack, how do you make use of it? You keep pushing it inside until you get a closing parenthesis. You match whether that matches with the parenthesis on top of the stack. If it matches with the top, then you pop it out. Then you are done for that. Then again, the next one that should be coming is this square parenthesis because the top of stack is here now. Now you're comparing this and this matches, and then this whole thing is got out. Now, after everything is done, you see whether the stack is empty. The stack is empty means the parentheses have been matched. If instead, like this was the situation you had, okay, and this parenthesis is coming, then we say that this is not balanced. Is this idea clear? Is this idea clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So this is the importance of balancing parentheses. Okay. Even compilers use this, even arithmetic expression evaluations, right? So they all use these kind of algorithms basically. Okay. So let me just share the screen and do the coding. So I just want to give one bit of warning, like, I just started coding and I'm not very confident, like I might mess up at a certain point of time, but I'll try to. Yeah. Okay. Just give me a second. Yeah. Okay. So I'll just take the code from here, the template code. We are supposed to write this method. So I actually wrote it in the other way because it's a graded assignment, right? Because the deadline is over, I'm not able to show it on the portal. I was hoping to show that, but because I forgot to remove it, I'm not able to show in the portal. But I guess this should be okay. This is the code that we have. Okay. So this parent. Is okay. Maybe I should increase the font. No. Is this visible for everyone now?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Okay. So now what is the what we have discussed with the logic? We know what we need, right? We need something which can be a stack. So Java gives you a stack object. So in case you have a doubt, like when you're working on the problem, okay, I have seen this context. Let me see if some collection is there. You go to the Java documentation, search for the stack. And if you see the stack is already there, then by default, there should be a push and pop method. You can also check the method definition and see whether you can go about it. Okay. So let us now start off with the defining a stack. Now the stack, it has to have a character data inside it, right? Because we are going to, as I showed in the example, like we are going to push the characters, the parentheses into the stack, right? So each of these parentheses will be a character and we are going to push this into the stack. Okay, so this is the first thing that is stack. So this is the one. Now I have, okay, now I want to browse through the string one character after the other, right? I want to go from one character after the other on the input string. This is each input string is actually there is a do while loop here, which checks for whether it is received this done variable, done value. I don't know whether you have seen the, okay, so have you all seen the question? Am I just,
No, I've seen the question. So I actually did quite a few funny things with it. So
yeah, so but I mean, anybody else wants to read the question for a minute? Do you want time for that? I mean, I assume that when I was explaining it was clear. So if anybody wants a minute to read the question, please let me know. Okay, so I'll go ahead because Arup also has to take the other two questions also, right? Okay. So what this given main, so whenever you write this OP, right, you just go through the main program, okay? That will actually give you some guidance as to whatever other things that you have to fill in. If you don't go through the main program, you assume that your own logic and start coding, it will most probably be a disaster, because see, we also have limitations on what we can configure and enforce you to use certain things, right? This same code can be done in many different ways, but we want to enforce certain things. We want to test whether you know this basic concept. So our main program will have certain components which you will necessarily have to make use of. Okay. So what it does here is it says that, okay, if you see, you can keep on entering the strings until you see the string done. And once you see the string done, it is, you should stop taking any more data. Okay, character. That's the idea. Now in that array, now it is added onto an array list. And for each you check whether there is a balance in the, there is the parentheses are balanced. Okay. Now you come to the function. Now you declared a stack object, and you want to go through each of the character in the sequence. Okay. So for that you define character C. Okay. Now what should we do? We have to iterate through the sequence string, right? So while you need an integer to iterate through that. So for that you have say int equal to 0. So inside string, this is a method. Inside array, it is a variable. Okay, don't forget that this length. Now you have C equal to, you want to take the, so remember this char at is a quite useful function. So you can just go and check the syntax and signature and all that. What it does, it returns you the character at position I. Okay.
Ma'am, can you repeat the thing about the length method inside the string? It is
no, the length is, this is a method inside the string class, whereas if you're using it for an array, it is a variable. This will not be there.
Okay.
Got it, no?
Got it.
Okay. Just put the I plus plus not to forget. Now you get the,
here, ma'am, I used one more. I created a two arrays, right? Closing bracket array and opening bracket array. So I say that if that opening bracket array contains C, I just pop that C into the stack. I push the C into the stack. So
yeah, but you can directly push into the stack. No? Is there a problem? Like I thought of trying it that way. Let us see this way. Okay.
No, but then you are pushing all the characters, right? Then it makes sense only to push the bracket.
No, I'll look at if C equal to any of these characters, right?
I meant was, instead of doing that, if C multiple C's.
Oh,
can multiple connections together or multiple R's, right? So what I did was I defined an array saying opening brackets.
Okay.
Characters. Then I say that if contains, that's a string, right? And then the string contains C, then I push C onto the stack.
Oh, okay. By default, you got it. So by default, you initialize an array with these characters, and then you read through, right? And then you read through the array and you check whether it is present in one of those. Then you pop it from there. That's the idea, right?
No, not that.
You push it into the array. Okay. I get push it to the stack. Okay, I'll tell you what your logic is. You are initializing two arrays, one with the open braces, the other with the closed braces, right? Now you read the string, input string. whenever you are finding a character which belongs to the first array, the opening braces array, you push that character into the stack. Is it correct?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. But let me try this one. So what I'm doing is, if this is the thing, then
And third one is a rectangular bracket. Should be.
sorry. Yeah, this one, right? Correct, no? Yeah.
Yes.
Then you have to look for each of them individually. Okay?
Actually, else.
Sorry, if? Huh?
It's okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, please let me know if I'm making some mistake, because I might also. Okay. Now what happens is, as I told you, we want to match the parenthesis, right? So whatever is there, what I've added most recently, if it matches with this one, like if it is the opening braces, this opening braces, then I have to pop. Otherwise, I have to return false immediately, because now I know that there is no balancing. The order in which the bracket braces have come in is not in the expected order. Got it? No? So you have to, if the character is this one, then immediately on top of the stack, I should be able to see this one only. Because if it is not, if it is any of these braces, then it is not matching. Immediately I will return false. Okay, so I have to match. So how do you look at the first character in the array? Sorry, stack.
This stack.pop.
Oh, no, that is actually popping it out, right? You want to see whether it is there.
No, but you can pop it, no? So it should not matter.
Yeah, you can pop it and check it. If it is wrong, then also, then you can again, that there are two ways to do it. Once you can pop it, or just give me a second. Okay, just.
Peek is a method to just look without popping, but you don't need peep. I just use pop.
Yeah, you can do that. That's correct. Yeah, you can do that also. But yeah, this is also another way to do it. So if I take the stack class, so you should know, like you should have some idea about how to, even look for the methods, right? So these are the methods. You see, looks at the object, the top of the stack, without removing it from the stack. So in this case, you can actually pop it and then check whether it is a matching braces. If not, you can return a false. You can also simply take a peek. If it is a correct braces, you pop it, or otherwise you simply say it is false. Okay. So if this is then, so if you don't know the peek function also, then it is okay. Peek equal to sorry.
I think one of the cases also had you have to keep checking for is empty also.
Is empty. Is it? If even the first case, you have to check if it is empty, right?
One case was failing because I didn't have a is empty text check, and then I had to add it to every statement.
Okay. Let us just see this. I will just check and not sure. This is the opening braces. So I hope everyone is able to understand the logic. Idea is very simple, but yeah, you just have to, if it is any of the opening braces, you push it inside the stack. If it is this opening brace, closing braces, then you have to check whether the top element is a matching braces, then you pop it. If not, you can immediately say, okay, this is not balanced. Then you go and take a peek. For the others also, you do the same thing. Okay. Now you have finished. Okay, well, let us come out of the while loop. This is the if. Now, after the if, you will check whether the stack is empty, right? Is empty is a standard method. I think we have seen it also. Return. So I hope this works. This is inside the main class. Because there is no new class here. This is the main method. So the main class gets closed at the end, right? Let us see. I hope it works.
You can copy paste the
Test cases, right? That's what you mean. Or sorry, what did you mean? Yeah, so this is what I was talking about. You have to check if this is empty. So I think it was Srinivas who was talking, right?
yes, yeah. So that's why I think one of the cases failed. No, so you have to.
Yeah,
then I
okay.
realize it is because something is empty.
Correct. So yeah, I mean, I'll just check adding because you have pushed everything inside. So before that, if you check, then probably it will exit even earlier.
After the while loop.
No. For each time before you do a peak, you have to also check is empty. So it has to be reversed. So basically, I will tell you. So line 19, if you say if it is empty, or peak is not equal to do return false or pop. So reverse the if.
So this is not enough, is what you're saying, is it?
Yeah, that is not needed.
No, then
that makes, but definitely 19 you have to add the statement. So 19,
let
25,
me just check. Okay, let me
31,
just
everywhere you have to add the is next is empty. Check.
Okay. Okay, I copied something else. That is wrong, no?
No, ma'am.
So as you said, yeah, I know, I understand. So this will actually, now I understand what you mean. Like this is, no, but
you have to remove that and you have to add the check. If you remove it in 19, now 16, you basically say if it is empty or not equal to C, return false. Else pop.
Okay.
The is empty check should come before peak, no?
Okay, got it. So yeah. So you have to actually put this one here, right? Yeah, got it. And this should happen when this is not equal to this one, right? And along with that, you also have to see whether that is empty. That's what you were trying to say, right?
Exactly. No.
This is empty. Then also it is false. Correct. because it should not become empty without seeing the other ones, right? Like, okay, then the first time when you want to insert. Okay, so this is the case. If you want to insert the first value itself, what is coming in is this one, right?
Pop and return false should swap it.
For the others, yeah. So Arup, do you want to discuss the other questions today, or shall we have one more session?
I can discuss if people are ready to be there here.
Okay.
It's okay now for everyone if I discuss few more questions?
Yeah, it's fine with me. I have a bit.
Yes, sir. Fine. Okay, then we'll go.
So it can be. Just check and then we will. Balance, 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 balance. Okay.
The last time, the third thing is because it starts with a closing bracket. That's what is giving an exception. So now it doesn't give an exception.
Yeah. So that's what I was trying to figure out. See, if you see the one which is causing problem, this one, right? It is directly a closing braces. So when it's
that's why if you see if you scroll up, the third time you got an exception. First time you would have got the right number. Third time
cleared that. I actually cleared that. I cleared that error is what you mean. What I mean, like, you mean on the shell prompt, right? We'll be able to see the message is what you said, no?
Yeah. If you cleared it, you won't see it.
Yeah, I have cleared it.
You got not balance, and third error, you got a third line, you got an exception, runtime exception.
Yeah, okay, so did everyone understand why we added this one? Did everyone understand? See, the first time when you are coming, no, this while loop, you enter the while loop, you get the first character, and you have not pushed anything inside, and you see this one. If C equal to this one, then okay, I think it is not for even for the first one. I think it will be the second closing braces that causes a problem, right? First one comes in, then you check whether it is not equal. That is not equal to this one. Then it will simply pop. So you should see the pop method. Removes the top object. What happens if it is using here? See, empty stack exception was coming if the stack is empty, right? That is the first time. Okay. Maybe I should think about the logic myself. So just think about it. It has to do with the second reason where the first this character is coming, and when you go inside, you are not checking whether the stack is already empty because the left parenthesis is not pushed inside, and the other condition is also not satisfied. So that is why it is giving the empty stack exception. Okay, so that is why you have to check for if it's empty case. Let me just think if I can explain in a better way by demonstrating. But meanwhile, Arup, I think we can start off with your question. I'll just think and see one example. I mean, the same example, I'll do a hand run after yours is finished.
Yeah. In between 2 questions also, if you want, you can do that. Yeah, that's also.
Which one? Sorry.
So I'm having 2
sure.
questions. After one
Yeah,
question,
sure,
also
sure,
you can
sure.
do. Then I can again go.
Sure. Yeah.
Whatever you want.
Sure.
You can stop me any point of time and.
Sure. Got it. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, Arup, you can take over now. I'll just take. Okay. Thanks. So does anyone have any see 2 things? One is understanding the logic to write the program, and then knowing which Java tool to use. Okay, those are the 2 key things that you have to be ready with when you are writing the OP. And we are anyway giving you 4 questions, so just skim through the questions and see whatever you're most familiar with. Attempt the best 3 questions you're familiar with. If certain questions does not make any sense to you, don't spend too much time on it. Just try to figure out what seems most familiar to you and then go on. Okay. Yeah, Arup, please go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, yeah. Share my screen.
And ma'am, there will be any partial marks if one pass the one test case. And that's.
I think we are planning to have 2 private test cases. So I think if one of those pass, then you will get half the marks.
Okay, ma'am.
We have to do a trial run with 2 test cases. So generally, we've been doing it 1 private test case. Now we have to do, because there was some memory limitation and all that on the portal. Now we're going to try with 2 private test cases. In all probability, it will work. That's the case. If at least 1 private test case pass, you will get 50% marks. That's the idea.
Ma'am, so public test cases are not evaluated.
No, public test cases, you don't get any marks for that.
Okay. Yeah. Shall I start? Hello, am I audible?
Yeah.
The screen is also visible, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So the first question, this is on generic along with the wildcard. So normally generic with wildcard are considered as a difficult concept. It is not only like I should say not only the logic is difficult, the way it is implemented in Java, it's little confusing because the generic concept is added to Java after lot many versions of Java already there on the place, right? It is addition. So that's why you need to think in a proper way whenever you are approaching any generic and wildcard kind of thing. So this is this kind of question. So the first thing, let's see the question. This is week 5, graded assignment 2. If you want to open it, and if you can see from here, it's okay because I'll anyhow share the code. Okay, see, it's saying you have to have 2 kinds of input. It could be either 2 integers or could be 2 double values. Now, if you want a data type which will take inputs, which can be either a input integer or could be of type double, correct? So that has to be some superclass. That has to be some superclass from where both are inherited. So both this integer. So I'm writing capital I integer because it's the integer class, the wrapper class, and it's the double. So can you say which is the common superclass or which is the superclass for both of them?
Number.
Basically the number. So first knowledge comes to us, if it is a number type, basically, we can accept any of these 2 types, right? Any of these 2 types. Okay, then we want to represent a complex number, right? So the complex number should have 2 parts. Okay, I'm come to this 2 parts, R and I. We have to have a constructor to initialize R and I. We have to write a method add, which will add this generic type complex number. Generic type, not any type. It's basically integer or double, or specifically I'm saying anything which is inheriting number, right? And we have to also overwrite this toString. So why do I overwrite the toString? Why the toString method has to be overridden?
Because you want to print I and all that.
Yeah,
right?
formatted printing of an object, right? So the toString method actually belongs to the object class, right? It belongs to the object class. So since any class inherits the object class, so any class are allowed to override toString. That's all. So that is the thing. So we'll go for the coding. Before that, I have shared a link for a Google Drive where I have the code which is available on the portal. So if you want to do the coding with me, you can just copy paste into your editor or whatever applet, whatever you have. We can do it simultaneously. Okay. So let me go for the coding. This is, I think I've shared the link already. Does the link opens for you?
Yes, let's say this, yeah.
Yeah, but please do the renaming because I have loaded them as a text file. You have to make it that particular class name .java. You know that, right? So this is the first program. So it's visible properly, no code?
Yes, yes, sir. On your screen, right? That's what you're
Yeah,
talking,
yeah,
Eclipse,
yeah.
no? Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, so straightforward way, I want to create a user-defined type that's called as a complex number. So class name is already given here. What is the class name? Complex num. So let us do the same thing. We'll have a class complex num. Now it should be a generic. So T, generic T means here
Could be anything, yeah.
it could be anything, right? So it could be anything, but I don't want it to be anything. I want it should be a kind of number. So what I can do,
Extends number. No? Okay.
I'll say it's extends number. Okay, I normally see a lot of questions on this part, that bounded and unbounded kind of thing. So just keep in mind whenever we have this T, it's called, it is unbounded because it can take anything. Similarly, the question mark also is unbounded. It can take any object, any type object rather. But if you have a T extends some U, so that means T has to inherit U. So T is not unbounded now. It is having bound. So what is the bound? We
You
say,
want it can be one of the subtypes of U.
yeah, it is having an upper bound. What is the upper bound of T? The upper bound of T is U. Simple thing. Same thing is true for this. So you are expecting an object whose type is a subtype of U, or you want to pass a type whose upper bound of is U, right? Similarly, you have this. All that is not much in use. We don't want to discuss so much on this, but you should know what is this. That's all. So it's also having a bound. It's a
bound, right?
Yeah. It should be a super, like it's having a lower bound now. So lower bound for T is
U.
That's all. That's the idea is. Okay, let me go for the code. Okay, so as per the question, it's written we should have a R and U, right? And they should be of double. If I want to pass double value, they should be of integer. If I want to pass them as an integer, So I can declare them as a generic. So in your coding in the portal, you may writing it private, may not write it private. It does not matter over there because default access is a package access, but good practice to make the instance variable as a private. Okay. So I'll have R and I. So I want to have a public constructor, complex number. Now we should have a parameterized constructor because our intention is to initialize R and I, right? Any point you're missing something, like you're not getting something, please stop me. Otherwise, like I'm thinking it's okay. So you want to pass this underscore R and underscore I to different variable names I took because I want to make it as underscore R and I equal to underscore I. If you want, you can also use this dot R, this dot I, that's also fine. Okay. I have to print it, right? The string has to be printed in a proper way. Okay. So somebody was asking, okay, how I do use my documentation. So you can go here. Yeah, and have search. You're getting toString, right? So it is basically object.toString, be specific, or you can search also over there, like what should be the format. So this is how it should look like. It's a public string toString, right? This is the syntax for this. Okay. So public string toString. It should return the object in terms of in form of a string. So string basically provide the object in a printable format, a proper formatted way. So I should see in the output how the output value is expected. So let us sorry, let us go for the output. So this, if you look at the output, this is the output, right? So you'll have the real part, then a space plus space, the imaginary part, then a I. Let us do that. I'll have the real part, append it with a plus, but both sides of the plus there is a space, right? Be careful about it. Then there is a I, which will be appended with a character I, right? Here I passed as a string I. It's basically, yeah, because I'm doing a string concatenation actually, right? Up to this, is it okay? Is it okay up to this? Yes. Everyone, right? Yes, sir. Okay, okay. So now next I have to have a add method, right? Okay. So whenever I'm writing add method, I need to see what add should return. So how do you know? You can study your statement and you can understand, but you can use a trick. Inside main, you can see the add is been called and the return value is always a double type. So there is nothing else other than double, right? If we're passing two integers also, it is double. If we are passing this also, it is a double, right? So what I can do and specifically say complex of double will be the return value. Now, how I'm calling it? See, C1 dot add C2. So C1 is the object on behalf of which the call is made. So C1 will become this, right? So whatever the content of C1 can be accessed by this, because C1 is the current object for which the method is called, Okay. But another variable, another object of complex number C2 has to be passed, right? Okay, I passed C2. What should be the data type of C2? Anyone?
Complex num P.
Same complex num, no?
Complex num
P.
Is it enough? Complex
No,
num
sir.
is a generic type, right?
T within angular bracket.
Okay, if I keep T, is it correct? Anyone?
See, this is
Can
where
we-
this was very confusing, right? Because the thing is hard coded. I added it that way, but
No,
it is
but
difficult.
logically, is it correct? Like this
I don't know.
C1,
I
for
don't
this
see.
is one, for this C1, what is the T?
Integer.
For this C1,
That is double.
Double.
that is double. So on behalf of C1, if I'm calling, all the T becomes integer, right? Similarly, if I make the call in a reversed order, like if I say C2 dot add, then I pass C1. Now C2 is, for C2, the T is double. So all the T are double.
Yes.
So that means the same type could be added, right? Complex number of integers can be added with the complex number of integer, or complex number of double can be added with complex number of double.
Yeah. So
But
how do you
how
make
do I
it
do
generic?
across adding? Yeah.
I couldn't figure out how to make it generic in time for the assignment. I just
So,
hard coded it because we know what this assignment is doing.
Can
But,
we
write
put
a
a
question
number?
mark?
Complex num of number.
If I just make it as a question mark, okay, complex number of number, interesting question, we'll discuss that
But-
just after this. I'll just
but-
keep it as a
why even the first one side? Why should it be double, right? I can
one
complex num of
minute,
double. Can't you make it a question mark?
1 minute. I'm going for that. I'll just keep it noted. Why this is not? Yeah, you're telling why this is double, why it is not question mark. The reason is in the return type, in both the cases, you can see you are returning a double as a result. It's a fixed return value, right? It is not changing, depends on the object on which you are making the call, right?
No. In this assignment, it is fixed double. But if you want to make it generic, can I put it as a complex number question
But
mark?
how do you say like which type of complex number you are going to return? There should be some way you should specify, you know, this kind of complex number I'm going to return, because this statement, whatever you declare over here, this return type will be used by the caller to know what should be the return type. So I should advertise this is my return type. If I'm unsure about my return type, how my caller will be confirmed like this is going to be returned by my function?
Okay, fine. So if I have an integer, I have a separate function, right? Because anyway, the signature would be different. So I can overload the function.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you repeat the last statement? Overload?
No, if I just want to add two integer complex numbers and have the return type be integer, make it generic, I can define another function, which is overloading, right? That should work.
Yeah, that should work, but the idea is something different. I'm not treating them as a integer is separate from a double here. The idea is everything is a number, and all the number can be converted into a double, because double is at the top, like having the size, like our integer can be converted into a double, a float can be converted into a double, a single can be converted into a double. So it's a promotion, so I don't have any data loss. That is the idea, that any kind of number you want to do a arithmetic with, if you keep a return type as a double, it is safe. And that is what you are having a double value function which is associated with all kinds of number, with an integer, with a float, with a double, everything, because everything can be converted into a double, because double is a promotion. You are increasing the size of the variable, so your data is safe. There is no chance of a data loss, right? Just think about it. You're having a container. Container is the space where you're going to store. Your data is the what you're putting into your container, right? Now, if you're increasing your container, you don't have a problem, right? But if you're decreasing your container, what may happen? Some part of the data may overflow. So if you're converting anything to a double, from whatever inherits from the number, as the double is the maximum size among whatever can be inherited from the number, So that's why the double value is available for all the types which are generating for the number. And if you go to the double form, any other number type, it is always safe. So that is the way you can use the double over here. That's the idea why we should have. And most of the cases you will find generic. We are using any arithmetic operation with the generic, which is number type. We always go for a double. It's not like for this case, we always go for a double. You can give integer over here, but the problem is if you are going to return a double value, the decimal point part will be truncated and the rest of the value will be returned. So that's the problematic part, right? So if you're making it double, it's safe, and all the functions which are supported by all the types, that is converting everything to the double is always allowed. But rest of the conversion is not allowed like that. Does it make sense? Hello.
Yes, sir. Makes sense.
Okay, why I'm not passing it as a number? See, again that covariant, what Nalini was telling. See, if I pass and data which is of integer type, so I'm passing this into this. This is not acceptable because they are not compatible type. Rather, for a number, I can pass an integer. That is allowed. This is allowed because number is a superclass. I can pass an integer value to it because a superclass can hold a value which is of its own type or a child type, right? But complex number of integer is not compatible types. So that's very clear thing. So that's why this extend, question mark extend, t extend, all these things comes, right? Otherwise we may have passed it directly as a specific type only, right? Okay, so how do I do it? I need to have a complex number which will store a result, right? I'll have a complex num, say rs result equal to new complex number. So what should be the parameter type for the result?
Both sides have to be double. Yeah, otherwise I was getting an error in the portal, not in the replit.
Yeah, you will get it because the thing is that case I'll discuss. Yeah, even in the Eclipse you won't get the error, but there are compilers which will stop you.
Yeah, portal I was getting an error. Eclipse
there are many compilers it will stop, but there are many compilers which will make you through. Actually, yesterday or day before yesterday, I have written the issue on the discourse why this happens. Anyhow, we'll discuss that. So I may depends on the default constructor because I know the default constructor anyhow going to make them 0 0, but it's better we'll have a 0.0 and 0.0. So I can be comfortable like everything got initialized with a 0. Okay, so rs dot r, what should be the real part? Real part should be the real part of the current object plus the real part of the C2 object, right? Real part of the current object. What is my current object? The C1. So C1 on behalf of which I'm making the call. So this becomes C1, right? This will become C1. So I say this dot r plus I have to do something more. I'll tell that afterwards. Okay. C2
dot r, but it didn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, it didn't work. Why it didn't work? Because I do not know what is the operation I want. Can I do this plus on this r and this c, right? So that's quite possible. If I say the number, but we can also do it in another way. Since I know everything has to be a double, so
that also won't work, no? Because if it is an integer, the double value will not work.
No, that is what I was telling. Like why I take a double for a return type. why I think it is a safer. That is what I have discussed just now. See, for number, whatever the types you have, from which are number type, right? Which are the subtype of the number, the maximum size allocation is given to the double, right? So that's why all the numbers can be converted into double, and it is allowed by the compiler. It is safe also. Getting my point? Because it is going to be promoted. Are you getting?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Because inside the complex num, I know what I'm passing, that should be a number type. That is only the knowledge I have, right? So now I have to convert it to a type, a subtype of a number.
Yeah,
Which
here,
conversion is allowed for all the types? Which conversion is allowed for all the types?
No, but the only thing is here, this is actually an integer, complex num integer. So does it have a double value method defined?
That is what I'm saying. This double value is defined for all the number types. This double value is defined for all the number types. Are you telling about the complex num number or number?
Complex num number, yeah.
See, C2 is complex num number. I'm not calling double value on C2. I'm calling it C2.R. So what is the type of R? R is not complex num number, right? R is number.
Okay, so that way double value, int value, long value, they are defined for all numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay,
It is there for all the, this double value is given for all the numbers, not all other operations, because this is the safest operation to do. Why it is safest? Because double having the highest size, everything could be converted into double without loss of data. Please make it correct, clear.
Yes, sir. Because in the assignment, I used the instance of to actually cast it differently. But this, if this
that
works,
is also
this is simpler.
possible. You can do even you can, this is up to this. You can cast it to double, then you can make it working. Right. But
this is simpler. This is simpler. This is actually much simpler.
So please note this, because this makes all the programs with the numbers easier. Right. And just this confusion you have to remove. See, C2 of complex number type. But R is not complex number type. R is of the parameter type of the complex number, right? R is of the parameter type of the complex number. So if it is complex number of integer, then R is of integer type. If it is complex number of type double, then R is double. If it is complex number, then the parameter is single, then R is a not a single byte, it is a byte, right? Whatever you pass. Now what I'm telling, this integer, long, float, double, among them double is having the highest size. So that's why all these data types can be converted into a double without loss of data, because the value is moved from a smaller content to a larger size of content. So there won't be any data loss, right? So that is how we go for it.
Great.
So,
okay.
Please go for double value whenever you have a number. You can avoid lot of problems. Okay. This dot I double value plus C2 dot I dot double value. Return. I think they're done.
Sir, is it the same thing as typecasting to double, that function?
Typecasting, if you want to do, you have to do in a complicated way. I don't know if it will work or not. Let me run this. I'll test out. Okay. Up to this, is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me do this. Okay,
Sir, can you again explain that why complex number is can't be there in the like line 14? Yeah.
So I was just telling, Nalini also discussed this. These, see, integer is a number, right? They are compatible. They are compatible or castable, right? I can go from my integer into a number to a number. So this integer to number casting is possible. If you have a number variable, you can pass a integer into it. Up to this, is it okay?
Yes.
But this complex num within number, parameter number, complex num of integer, they are not a compatible type. So that's why if you have a complex number, you cannot pass an integer type variable into it. This assignment is not allowed. They are called non-covariant. So here, no, if you want to pass a value, you should have an exact match. Otherwise, you cannot pass. For the generic, you need to have exact match. Otherwise, you cannot pass. Is it okay?
Sir, actually the second part I'm not getting.
This question.
Yes.
Okay. If I have B inheriting A, if I have B inheriting A, if I have a value of type A and value of type B, can I write A assigned to B?
Yes.
I can write, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm having a complex num of A. I'm not writing new and all. Complex num of B, C, B. Now question is, can I write C equal to C?
Oh.
This is not compatible. Why? This is inheriting. This is a relationship, a parent-child relationship. A and B having a parent-child relationship, does it also implies you are having a parent-child relationship between complex A and complex B?
Oh no, sir.
No.
Yes.
So that's why these all the generics are non-covariant. You cannot do a casting, right? So that is what why we give this question mark for receiving the thing. So any value for which the complex number can be instantiated, right?
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So where I'll get the inputs here. I have inputs over here. Let me copy this. Oh. It is not taken. Hmm. 23.3, 25.12 by, yeah, that is it. So if I'm giving here a question mark, that means any value for which the complex number can be instantiated, right? I can pass a complex number of integer, I can pass a complex number of double, I can pass a complex number of float in this particular case. But
why?
If the same statement is given outside of the class, it is not given in the class, it is outside of the class, then again this has to be defined as a question mark extends number, right? Because they do not know what the bound of the question mark. If you're on the same inside the same class, you know what is the bound of the question mark, right? Because here you have the knowledge the number cannot be instantiated without being a subclass of number. But that knowledge you don't have if you try to write this function outside of the class. Then you have to explicitly say this question mark should extend number, right? It will be a new instantiation of the parameter. But be please careful with this. Okay. Somebody was telling about the casting. I'll just try to do the casting. I'm not sure it will happen or not. I'll just try to make it. But one information I want to give it. That's very important. Say if I do a this dot r dot r, and you want to cast it to a double, right? I want to cast it to a double. Do you think this will work? So, hello, somebody's telling.
No, sir, I tried this.
Yeah, I don't think it will work. So you have to go in this way only. Because for the primitive types, this kind of casting will be fine. But here, you need to explicitly use this function. So if you know only one function, this double value, you can utilize for any number type. And any number type question could be solved in the same way. So I'll suggest please go through this once. This wildcard is very difficult topic, and if possible next class. So once you prepare and come, maybe on the next class once again we'll discuss another question similar kind, which need to use the wildcards. So we have some more concept to discuss today. So shall I go for the next topic? Is it okay for all?
Yes, sir.
But please write this kind of code a lot, right? So there are a lot of traps within the generic where it will work, where it won't work. Even in many compiler you'll find, even if you don't do this, it is working. Although I don't suggest it. Can anybody say why it will work? Maybe you can take it as a homework. Can it work or not? I'm not discussing because we are taking too much time here. So please try to check out how it is happening. Okay, let me go for the next question. So before I go to the next question, again, many concepts. Okay. Please be alert and go on answering my questions. Okay. Class T class. I have a public static void main. Okay. Okay, so I have a int I1, I give a value 10, int I2, I have value 10, and I want to just do a comparison. I say println, I say equals so why I'm doing this, because rather than showing the code directly going into the code, I think first I should discuss where you can go wrong in this kind of code. Then I'll definitely go for the code. So what is the output? What is the what out
Equals.
It will be equals definitely. I get equals. So if I change the value, I get not equals. Right. Okay, it's fine. I take a string I1, right, equal to new string. So I write my name. I2 is I2. Now
It will not be, it will still say not equals.
Okay, this will be not equals. Okay, you are correct. Now
Not equals.
Now it also should say not equals.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what happened? Can you tell me why?
Just made the pointer to the same location.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, this is confusing. Yeah, this is very confusing.
Okay. Yeah. So that's why, like, this is important to know.
I did not know that.
Okay. So, the first thing first.
But that we are not copying there, right? So why is it pointing to the same?
I'm
So it's the
telling
same literal, right? It is just using the same literal. So it is just.
Yeah. See, let us go one by one. First case about the integer. So, as an integer, I1 10, I2 10. So I'm comparing the values. So I1 equal to I2. It's always okay. And another knowledge, any value type. What are value type? Those are the primitive types, which directly store the value. I define a memory where the value will be stored, right? Any primitive type, it is fine. But whenever we create an object type, right? So I'm going for this. I'm having a string I1 equal to new string root, a string I2, new string a root. Now what exactly happens inside the memory? So you'll have I1 and I2, but not like my primitive types or value type. This array will be stored inside this memory, right? Rather, whatever object will be created, they will be created inside a heap. So this is my heap memory. So I'm having a row. Since again I have created another string object, this will be created separately. I'll have another arrow, and this will store a reference, the location information. So that's how I come to know another type called as a reference type. Reference types are what? Especially the class types. Right? User defined types. Not user defined type, it could be, yeah, user defined types only, you can say. So how we deal with the primitive types or the value type is not the same way we deal with the reference type. So value type only, we are having only one memory which has to be compared. So that's why it's always okay. But here the question is, am I checking with these two memories? Am I checking with these two, comparing with these two memories? Or am I checking with these two memories? That is the question. Right. Now, this equality which I am having, it's basically do the checking between these two, not where I'm pointing to, right? It basically checks between these two. So definitely, this store a location which is different from this location, what is stored over here. So these two values are different, right? Does it make sense?
Yes.
So these two are different. So for this, that's why I1 is not equal to I2. Or I should not write a mathematical equation over here. So it may sense in a different way. So I could say I1 equality I2 is false. Right. Okay, but how it is happening for this? So if I have a string I1 equal to new string, sorry, not string. I'm directly giving the literal over here. So a literal means a constant, right? I2. So what will happen next? I'll have a I1, a reference. There will be another definitely memory allocated for reference I2. Now this is my heap. Inside heap there is a special area which calls a string literal, which calls as a string literal. So where all the string constants will be stored, where all the string constants will be stored. Suppose this area. So this area is a read-only memory inside the heap. This area is a read-only area in the heap because I'm going to save the string literals or the string constants. So inside this I have a row, and I'm putting this location into this. Now whenever I'm creating another, I'm trying to create another reference who is referring to the same thing. Now instead of again making a copy of it, Java JVM thinks of the situation, yeah, this is a read-only memory, so anyway this is not going to be changed. So why I should have a copy? I make a copy because they can be changed in isolation with of the another, right? If I make some changes here, if I make it some change this as a x, y, z over here, that means my I2 object got changed, I1 is not changed. But I'm declaring it as a constant, a literal, and I'm putting it on a literal pool, which is a read-only memory. So there is no point to make another copy of it. So make it point to the same thing. Now, if I think of I1 equal to I2, now the location information what you have inside I1 and location information what you have inside the I2, are they different? No. They are the same, right? So that's why it will give you a true. So if you do a explicit object creation over here, then you are enforcing the compiler to make a copy, separate memory copy, right? Different memory location has to be allocated. But if you're not telling that, and Java is saying you are having it on a read-only memory, so anyhow you are not going to modify it, right? It's on a literal pool, it's a read-only memory. So why not point it to the same thing? Okay. But objective is not to understand this. This is to something to avoid the error. But I'll come to the real thing now. Okay. Forget about this now. Okay. Now, what if I give a dot equals? Now, what will be the output?
Equals.
Equals.
Why equal?
It is comparing the address of the.
It basically comparing the content. Okay. Basically comparing the content. Okay. So you are correct. You told correct. I'll show you the output, but I'm having another question. Class student. Private int roll number, private string name. Please stop me if you're finding anything difficult or you don't want it to be discussed. You already know this. String n, role equal to r, name equal to n, and I'm having a public string to string. Return role plus. So I basically gives a format in which way my output has to come. That's okay with all, right? Okay. Now I want to differ with you that let me take now student S1 equal to new student I said 10. Okay. The content of the objects are same like the class, the content is same. Now I have S1 dot equals S2. What will be the result for S1, S2? This part, equals or not equals?
Mr. I think not equals.
Okay. This is saying not equals, but my question is why? Here it is giving equal, but here it's not getting equal. So if this is checking the content, this must also check the content, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So equals is implemented by default in which class? Which is having the default implementation of equals?
Object class.
Inside the object class. Remember, inside the object class, equals is just implemented as equal. So there is no difference between the equals which is there inside the object class and equal to. So that's why whenever I try to do this, I get the same answer what I should get for equality, because I am using the equals which is implemented on the object class, right? It is still not equal. So there is no difference between equality operator and this equals, because in the object class both are implemented in the same way. So equals is implemented as a equality.
But in string class?
How it is working in a different way in string class? Yeah, that is my question. Yeah.
Might be
Because
implemented.
who has implemented the string class, he has overridden the equals method, so that equal method will check the content of the string character by character, right? Who has implemented the string class, they have overridden the equals method inside the string, and they have written in a way so that it will compare the strings, actually the content, the characters of the string, right? So why not do it in the similar way for my class also? What I can do, I can have a public boolean equals. Say my logic say if the roll number is equal, they are equals, right? So equal I have to compare with another object. Okay. So what if this is equal to O? Anybody? What does it means?
That will be the old equals. Equal to equal.
That is equal. So remember, if location is same, it is guaranteed the content also will be same, right?
Yes.
If the location is same, so you are very sure the content will be same, right? Isn't it? But if the content is same, location may not be same. They may be on a different location. See, if both are storing the same location, what I can guarantee, the content will be the same, right?
Yes, sir.
If content wise they are same, the location may not be same. So if the locations are same, I'm sure the content will be same. So I'll be always returning a true for this. I don't have to even check the content because I'm sharing. If it's obvious, no, it is quite intuitive. With the same location is supposed to have a single value only. So anybody is referring to the same location, they'll get the same thing. Okay. Else if I want to also check O instance of what? Student, then only they are comparable, right? If O is a instance of student, then only I'll compare. Otherwise, I'll return what? False. They cannot be compared, right? So what I do, I take a student S, then I can convert the student STUDNT. Why it is giving the error? Okay, student O. Okay. I say if the roll numbers are equal, then they are equal. So S dot roll is equal to O dot roll. That's not O dot roll. It's basically this dot roll, my roll number, and whatever I'm passing the O, that's roll number. If they're same, then the content wise, I say yes, they are same. Else I'll say return false.
Should we check name also?
It depends on your logic, right? If you think you can say like two students are same, if they're all information same, then you have to check all the compare all those things. But if your logic says roll number is same, then I'll say the students are same.
Okay, depends on the problem statement.
Yeah, so yeah, that's very important statement you told. That is equality operator. It's called a shallow comparison or a physical comparison, in the sense I check out the memory is the same or not for all the values. If the objects are located on the same memory, there has to be the same object. But equals do a logical comparison. It do a logical comparison or a deep comparison where you can decide if you want to say equals logic as per the logic of the program, what is equals to you. So you want to say if two accounts, bank accounts having the same account number, they must be the same account. I don't bother what are the other parameters here. For the students, maybe there are the two students, but if they're having the same roll number, I should treat them as the same student. That could be your logic, or your logic could be the name also has to be same. In that case, you have to also compare the name over here, right? It's just like you put another and you also say is dot name must be equal. Shall I do this? Is it correct?
No, dot equals.
Yeah, that's a I wrote it. So it's very, very careful for the reference type. Never use the equality. Always use equals. Never use for the reference type. So reference type will use only for the the equality only I'll use for the primitive types, int, float, double, this kind of thing. But as soon as I'll go for a class objects, we'll all go for the equals. Never go for a equality. So here I've used equality. It's fine because roll is the int. Roll is the int. It's fine. But if I have a roll is a string, then I must use the equals. Then otherwise I'll get a different result. So I hope this is fine, right? As per my logic, the roles are equals means they're the same person. Okay. Now if I run this, so both are saying they're equals. Even if I change this, I make it Raj. As far as my program logic, it say they're the same students, right? Right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
As per my program logic, logically they are equals. Okay. So up to this, everybody clear, right? Equals and equality.
Yes.
So this implementation already somebody has done for the string. So that's why string for string, it is happening automatically. We don't have to do it, right?
The equals we can't use for int.
Equals is there in the object class, no? So it has to be a class so that you can use it. So primitive types are not inherited. They're not a class, right? You have to be a class so that you will be inheriting the object class. And if you inherit the object class, you'll get the equals method. Until and unless you do inherit the object class, who is going to give you the equal method, right?
So
Yes,
what about the
method,
wrapper classes?
Yeah.
So what about the wrapper classes of primitive type?
For wrapper classes, this is already overridden. Like who has designed the wrapper class, he has written how to check the content for
Okay,
equals.
sir.
So for predefined types, this equals is already there, no? Because who has written the class, he has already implemented this. How to compare between them. So they are having their own logic. But whenever I am writing my own class, I have to take care of this, how my two objects has to be compared for a equality. But very, very careful, don't use the equality sign for the objects. Right, that's the first line. Okay, then there is another function, another method inside the object class, which is called as a hash code. Right. That's a object dot hash code. So actually the hash code normally generated on the location of the object. So there is a specific algorithm which is implemented inside this. It's basically a native method. Native method means it is actually implemented inside JVM using some different programming language. So it doesn't bother. Can you give me a minute? Just 1 minute. 1 minute. Hello. Yeah. So I'm sorry. Are you there? Okay, so there is something called as a hash code. So we want to understand what is the use of this hash code. So hash code basically implemented depending on the location of the object, but there is a specific algorithm how it deals with that. So that's not our concern, but we want to find it out. So this part I'm removing. Say I'm having a student S1 equal to new student 10 and deleted this line. Okay, so I'm having S2. And to find the hash code for this, hash code is by default implementation of the hash code is in the object class. So println, so I say s1 dot hash code and s2 dot hash code. And if I run this, so I'm getting some big integer value. Hash code returns the int. So depending on the location, it basically gives some value. Since the objects are created in a different location, so these values normally different values, right? These are for each location, it will generate a kind of different value. But in case I have student S2 equal to S1, what you can find? The hash code is same. The hash code is same. So that means they're located on the same location. They're located on the same location. Up to this, is it fine? They're the same object, basically, you can say. Up to this, is it fine?
Yes.
Yes,
Clear.
sir.
Okay. Now, how this hash code is related with the equals? Now, hash code plays a very significant role whenever you're going to use any kind of hash data structure, like a hash map, hash set kind of data structure, which basically internally have a hash table. So I think you have done PTSA, right? Hash table and all.
Yes, sir.
All or a few people? Anybody haven't done it?
I haven't done.
Okay, I'm just giving an idea. So it basically treat the memory, or I can draw it in a different way. It treat the memory as a set of number of buckets. So in different books or different lectures, you may get a different kind of figure, but I'm just drawing it in my way. Suppose I'll have it in this way. Right. So each will be called a bucket. So each bucket is associated with a key. Suppose this is a K1, this is K2, this is K3, this is K4. Now we are having different values like X1, not X, I take a N. Take a different color, it will be easy to understand. I'll have a N1, N2, N3, N4. This kind of values. Now, whenever I use a hash data structure, it basically for each number generate a hash code. Let us assume for this the hash code is K2. What I'll do, I'll take the number, place it on this bucket, right? I go for N2. Suppose it's generated as a K3. I'll put it into N2, right? I go for N3. I go for N3. I get a K4. It will be placed on K4. Now suppose for N4, it again generating a K2. It's called a hash collision. It generates a hash collision. Collision means you are getting the same hash code for the two different numbers. So what I'll do for the K2, what I'll do for the K2. So I take a overflow bucket. It's just like a linked list node. I'll put it over here. It is, let it be like a first node. I'll say inside the position K2, I'm having N1 and N4. In position K3, I'm having N2. At the position K4, I'm having N3. Okay. Up to this, is it clear how the data will be stored inside the table in the bucket, hash buckets? Yes. Okay. So normally we try to take a hash code function in a way so that always will generate a unique hash code, but practically it's not possible. So many a times, not many a times, a number of times may happen that you are getting the same hash code for different numbers or different elements, right? It may not be number, it may be a string for which I'm taking the hash code, right? Or it could be an object for which I'm taking a hash code. So if it is having the same hash code, it will go into the same bucket, but it will be stored as a separate node. Now anybody will try to store N1, what will happen? It will see again generate it's the same hash code K2. I'll go to the K2. I'll check out. I'll see the hash code is already there over here, right? So don't insert it because it is already added, right? It is already added. So that is basically the idea how I can use this. Now, suppose now I want to search, I do check for a equality. I want to say N1 equals N2. Now, before checking the equals, what happens? It first check the hash code. Whenever you are going for any hash data structure, it get a hash for this K2. For this, the hash will be K3. Now, as the location is different, this equals never will happen. This equals never will happen. They're supposed to be always different value, because if they're same value, their key has to be same, no? Getting my point?
Yes.
If you're having any problem, please tell me. I'll clarify that. Everyone clear? Or still having problem?
So this happens in the object class, right? Like hash code comparison.
No, no, no. I'm telling the hashcode comparison, hashcode generation will be done by the object class. But this hashcode comparison is required whenever you are using any data structure which associated with hash, like a hash map, hash.
Okay.
This
So,
kind of
yeah.
data structure.
Oh,
So
only in these data structures, these type of comparisons.
Comparison is required. So how this comparison will happen? I'm telling. If you say equals, it doesn't directly check the N1 equals to N2. It's not the checking. It first generates the hash code.
Hash code and then check it. Okay.
So if I'm using the same hash function, for N1 it should be K2, for N2 it should be K3. So if their key are different, so I'm very sure they are not equal.
Yeah, I get it. So
okay. So now I say N1 dot equals N4. Now for N1, I get a hash code K2. For N4 also I get K2. But does it says if this is equals, this is also equal?
No.
It's not necessary, right? So first it checks the hash code equivalency. If hash codes are equal, then actually it will check for the dot equals. Right. So in another way, you can say, whenever I'm using a hash data structure, if I say two elements are equal, then definitely their hash code has to be equal. But if their hash codes are equal, they may be two different elements. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Again, I'm repeating. If I'm using a hash data structure, if two elements are equal, that means their hash code must be equal. But for two elements, if the hash code is equal, that doesn't mean that the elements are also equal.
Yeah, get it. Yeah. Because
if I want to compare N1 equals to N1, their key is equal, their values are equal. N1 equals to N2, their keys are equal, but their values are not equal. So equality need, the first criteria is hash has to be matched. Then if hash is matching, then I'll check for the value equality. But my question is why I'm not checking directly the value equality? Why I'm first going for checking the hash code or the key, then I'm going for checking the value equality. So anybody has done PDSA, why I do use a hash table?
To instantly access the elements.
Yeah, So if I want to directly get the value, if I have to search the value by the key, it will be an instance access. It's a constant time access. So that's why I want to first guess the hash key. Using the hash key, I want to retrieve the value. Then I want to compare. I don't want to compare with a value with another value. That's very costly whenever I go for a hash data structure. So I first generate the keys. If keys are different, I'm sure the values has to be different. So forget it. But if the keys are coming same, now I retrieve the values. I compare the values, they're same or not, right? So that makes the comparison extremely faster. So objective of creating any hash table, it could be any hash data structure, ultimately to have a efficient searching, right? So otherwise there is no way the hash is efficient, right? There is many deficiencies of a hash, but only good thing about the hash, you can do a searching very fast because you are making the searching by the key, right? So you find out the key. So I have to search. There are thousands of elements maybe inside this list. I have to search into. So what I do, I apply the hash function. It gives me the K3. I go to the K3 position, get my value. Done. So how many comparison I require? Just one comparison, right? Value comparison I require just one. Even if you go for a binary search, like very efficient search, you have to go for log n. It's basically a one attempt. It's a big O of one. It's a very fast. So the point is, again, just forget it. Like who do not have PDSA, just remember simple thing. If I have a hash data structure, if I have to check a equality, then I have to check first the Hashcode, then I have to check the equality. Because if two values has to be equal, then definitely their hash values has to be, Hashcode has to be equal. If two value has to be equal, two elements.
So basically the hash code is generated based on the value.
Based on the location of the equal. If two values are definitely the hash codes are equal. However, hash codes are equal does not implies elements are equal, because for n1 and n4 the hash code is equal, but there as an element they're different elements, right? Okay, let us try to do it, so it will clarify much more these things. Okay, let us go back to our program. So everybody knows set data structure, right? Any set,
Yes, sir.
like hash set. So what is the significance of a set data structure? How it is different from a
No
list?
duplicates.
No duplicates, right? No duplicates. S1 and S2 objects are same objects or different objects? As per the equality defined over here,
Same.
they are the same objects as per the equals we have. So instead of having any set, let us have a hash set. So if I have to use a hash set, what package I need? Import java.ut. Hash set of what? Students. Hash set equal to new hash set student. Okay. S1 S2. So let us print this. I'll have system dot out dot Print ln. I'll have edges. So how many elements will be there inside the hash tuple? My hash set.
This one only.
One.
Why?
But here both are equals as per the equals logic.
Yeah. The problem is, just I have discussed. Let us check out what are the hash code, default hash code for println. So the hash code for s1 dot hash code s2 dot hash code. The hash codes are different, right? So how they can be equal, right? So whenever I was checking, I first generated the hash code, right? If hash codes are equal, then there is a chance the values could be equal. If hash codes are different, the values never could be the elements, not values. Every time I'm telling them, the elements never can be same because they are on different buckets, right?
Okay.
Getting. So what was my logic? If I want to have an equality between two elements, hash code must be equal. But if the hash codes are equal, that do not confirm the values are equal or not, right? That do not confirm value are equal or not. Okay. So let us try to do it forcefully. Okay. So like equals I can override, toString I can override, definitely I can override what? I can definitely override my hashcode function, which is there in where? In the object class. It returns an integer. So let us return an integer number 100 arbitrary. So for all the object, it returns the same hashcode, right?
So
Whatever
it's
the objects I create, the hashcode will be same, right?
so
Yes,
it's
sir.
a hash code, right? HASH.
The spelling.
Oh. Right, no?
Yes.
So for all the objects, now hashcode has to be the thing. So now I made forcefully the hashcode is equal. But hashcode is equal doesn't mean the equality will be same, but equality is now also same for this, right? Because it checks only for the roll number, the equality. See, the hash codes are same. The elements are treated in the same way. So elements are same because their hash code are same. Equality also same. So they are the same object now. So how many data inserted into my set?
One.
Only one. Okay. Now what will happen?
Still only
Same
one
output.
because hard coded the hash code.
What I told, if two elements are equal, then their hash code must be equal. But hash code are equal. Does it mean they're equal?
No.
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 So equality has to be checked on the roll number. Does it meet?
No.
No. So by hash code they're same, but through equality they're not they're same, right? So just remember, for any other data structure, it is equal means only the equality. But for hash, equal means it is hash code first, then equality, right? First hash code has to be equal. If hash codes are not equal, they're not going to be equal. If hash codes are equal, they may be equal or may not be equal. Next, I'll go for checking the equality. Again, I repeat, any other data structures only equals, it's fine. But for hash, first you have to check the hash code. If hash codes are not same, they're not going to be equal. So no. If hash codes are same, they may be equal. Who will tell me they're equal or not? The equality. Equality say here, the roll numbers are equal means you are equal, right? So if I do this, that means my equality also satisfied, my hash code also satisfied, means really they are equal. Okay. So this is very important thing, because many a time this equality gives lot of trouble, because we sometimes do not understand how it will be treated in the VM.
So hash code can be any random value, right? It need not be depend
User
on
defined
any.
hash code could be any number.
Yeah, like if it is this case, it need not be depend on the ID, roll number, or name or anything. It can be just a number or something.
Yeah, but the problem will happen. The problem will happen. Say, how do I say it? You can do the best way over here. So if equality set on the roll number, why don't you take the hash code as a roll number, right? Or you may
that's my
write a
question.
function on the
Should
roll
we
number.
do?
That's better, right? Because roll numbers are same means hash code is the same. So at the first attempt only you can say they are same or different. You don't have to go for the value checking. See where I get the advantage here. Why I talk about the hash code so much. Why I need hash data structure. Say if I have n equal to something like 10 to the power 9 elements, right? It's a huge elements. So linear search means it will kill me, right? So I need to do a n number of comparison, is this many comparison. Even binary search is also costly, because log of 10 to the power n, it will be some big number only, not very big, but it's okay. But here the facility is, suppose I am having only 10 buckets, some 10 buckets. So suppose my number is n1, I try to find out which bucket it will be there. For n2, I find out which bucket it will be there. For n3, I find out each bucket will be there. So initially putting the data will be difficult. So afterwards, somebody comes with, I want to find out n of 1000. I find out which bucket it will be. Suppose it's say the bucket number K3. Suppose this is K3. I know it will be there somewhere. So I'll just take on this, right? So what is the benefit? How do I know these values are different? If I try to do in a linear search, I have to access the thousand of elements, and I have to also search for I have to get the element, then I have to check the same element is there on 1001 or not, right? That kind of matching I need to do. But here, what I can do for this number, I also do a hashing, and I generate a hash code. Suppose hash code has a k of 5. So I don't have to do any comparison at all. By seeing the key, I can just tell they are different. They are different. Only in case the keys are matching, then only I have to check in the bucket, and if I have to find out the values are same or not. But most of the time, the second, which is a difficult kind of searching element by element, that is not happening, because most of the cases, if values are different, the key will be different, right? In rare cases, I'll find the values are different, but key is also same. Key is same. So that's why at the first chance, if you design your hash code in a nice way, so that for different value, most of the cases it gives a unique value. For different objects, most of the cases it gives a unique value. So by finding the hash code itself, you can say the values are equal or not, right? Not sorry, you can just say the values are not equal, right? The negation will be done in the first step. The values are not equal. Now if the hash codes are matching, then you go for checking for the equality. Now you do the actual checking, right? So first level of checking is very fast. So that's why the hash code is there. Okay. Even instead of hash set, if you go for a hash map, where your object is a key, you will get same kind of result. Say, if I have a hash map instead, Okay. Hash map. Just let me find out which. Anybody, you can tell me hash map in any other package I need to include? Cannot remember hash map.
Sorry, what was the question?
Hash map. It's not taking hash map out. Okay. Hash map. Okay. Let me take a string here. Yeah, it's taken. No, I written in a small case, I think. That's why it's not taking. Right. So student is the key. Inside the hash map, we keep the values as a key value pair, right? A key value pair. And hash map confirms that key should be unique. Key should be unique. Right. So now if I don't write this hash code, how many elements will be inserted into my hash map? One. Anybody? What happened?
Add should.
As a key value pair.
Yeah.
Key value pair, right? What is this?
You have to put, not add, put.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Two values. Why? Because since the hash code right now for S1 and S2 are different, they'll be treated as a two different objects. Two different objects means these are different keys. These are different keys. As S1, S2s are two different keys, so their value has to be inserted, right? But as soon as I'll write this hash code, means for both, the hash code will be same because their roll number is same. So they will be treated as the same key. See, there is only one value is inserted because their hash code is same. So by equals, both are same. Beginning, before also, now also. But before by hash code they are different. Now by hash code also they are same. So the point is by hash code also they have to be same. By equals also they have to be same. Then only for hash data structure they are the same. I think I should stop this discussion over here because I have to go for another discussion also. You are okay to stay with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to have a little discussion about the tree set. What is the facility of the tree set?
It will be in sorted order.
Sorted order. So if I want to keep certain objects inside my tree set, so which determines the order of the objects? Suppose it's a student
The
class.
keys,
only.
sir.
How the keys will say which is greater, which is smaller, right? So I don't want to make a lot of things over here. So my objective is I want to create a tree map out of student objects. Out of student objects. So tree map is not a hash, right? So we don't have to be so cautious about the hash code kind of thing, but it's always a best practice to have the hashcode to be implemented with the equals, because we don't know in which way or which data structure is going to be using your objects, right? It's a better approach, but for the timing, free set is not a hash data structure. So let us forget about the equals and this. But which method now I'm concerned with? Using that, I'll be able to compare, right? So which particular method gives me the capability to compare?
Compare to.
Yes, right, compare to. So compare to is predefined in an interface. Which interface?
Comparable.
Comparable is a generic, right? Extent comparable. It's comparable for the student. Okay. So I need to write public int compare to onto compare with another student object. STU. So how do I compare between two students? Suppose I want to sort them by the roll number. How do I compare? So normally compare to returns three values, a 0, 1 and -1, right? So I'll say if my elements, like current object, this dot roll number is greater than the obj dot roll number, then it is the sorting is okay. It's a 1. Else if I say this dot roll number is less than obj dot roll number, I can return a -1. Else they are equal. So how the equality will be shown? By a 0. Is it fine?
Yes, sir.
So let me take a few more objects so that it will clear the thing. Okay. 3, 4. I take it 20. I make it something XYZ. Let it be 10. I take it EQR. That is have 30. I'll have ABC. Yes. Can you tell me which order it will come, the output? You can just tell me the roll numbers. That will be fine. You can just tell me the order of the roll numbers. That will be fine.
10, 10, 25.
Okay, I'm running this. Okay. Oh, you know what happened. Comparable student cannot be this. Oh, implements, right? Sorry for the mistake. Oh, I haven't added it. So S1, S2, S3. So where is another 10? Where is another 10? That 10 PQR. Where it is gone? Anybody?
So this is the set. And,
This is the set, right? So if I say equals, returning 0 equals means it won't be inserted only, right? So this is, I want to make you very cautious whenever you are doing a tree set and you are implementing the comparison. Don't return a 0. Yeah, you can return a 0 if it is required, but if you're returning a 0, you're going to lose a value which comes afterwards, right? So now I'm assuming if values are same, if values are same, I'll consider it as a less than. I'll consider it as a less than. So what you have to do, you have to check out your output, right? In the output test cases. So that 0 will go with the less than or greater than, right? So if you just do it in this direction, right, it comes like this. So be careful, don't before you return a 0 from compare to with a set, tree set kind of thing. So I hope you don't want to lose our data, right? The elements will be removed because since you are returning a 0, it will assume the elements are same. The elements are same cannot be kept into a tree set because a tree set is not a hash. If it is hash, it will be taken as a different because it will check for the hash code. Tree set cannot check for the hash code, right? The equals means equals for a tree set, but hash is very intelligent. Before checking the equalities, first check the hash code, the location where it's actually located. If the hash code is different, then only it will check for the equality. But tree set is not so efficient in terms of comparison. It finds the elements are logical elements are equal means it's equal. It doesn't bother about what the hash code or whatever the thing is, right? So you have to be careful with this. So I supposed to discuss this question. So we are already late. So would you like to try to do this yourself so that if you have a problem, we can discuss next day, because I've discussed most of the thing which is required for this. Or if you want me to discuss, I can do it now. It's fine for me, but whatever you want. Hello. Are you there? Or
either way works.
Yeah.
Either way works. I can do it and later.
Tanya, anything like what you
Yeah,
want?
Arup, so we can see if we can have another session next week, right? The
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. We can
want,
discuss more
yeah.
programs here.
Yeah, we can come
So
up with.
I think they can also try it because the
Yeah.
concepts are given for how to implement this, because this is a typical program. You need
So this
hash
is
code.
from the programming assignments only, right?
Yeah, this is from the programming assignments, and I have shared the code with them also, like that skeleton code. It's a week 6 practice 1, I think.
Yeah. Then I think we can plan.
Yeah, let me close this because it's going on long time. So yeah, so you can just practice whatever we have done today, and whatever left out, if you have still problem with that, we can again discuss on the next session.
So
yeah,
can you add the number of practice questions so that we can practice it as well? Means they are not sufficient on portal.
You can try programming the questions which are given as part of the objective questions also. I don't think we'll have enough time for preparing more questions and adding it.
Maybe next class we'll discuss few more questions that you can also do with us. Yeah.
If possible, can you add it on portal? Or...
I'll check out. Yeah.
Okay. Sir.
We'll check out, right? The questions will be discussed. Maybe we'll put, if possible, we'll put it before. If possible, yeah.
So will there be a mock test for the program?
Mock test, it's normally arranged by ops team. I'm not sure. Dhania, yeah, you want to say something?
See, we only have a SET. We generally don't have mock test. The SET that you would have given 1 month back. That's what we have generally. We don't have mock. We have not done it in the earlier semester also. So Yeah, I don't think I can give you any commitment right now. We'll see whether we can do that, but yeah, not sure.
Okay, shall we close now? Because it is going to be 4 hours almost today.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you. Thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you for the
Thank you,
session.
sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.